welcome to the Actual Tech Media MegaCast. My name is Jess, and I am excited to be here with you all today. But before we jump into our content, I have some basic information to cover with you. Let's kick off our day here today by taking a quick tour of your audience console. And we're going to start with the questions window. Now, if you haven't already said hi, there is a whole audience of cool humans out there, so reach out and give a wave to the other members of the Actual Tech Media community. Also, keep in mind that if you have any tech issues today, a browser refresh is going to fix just about anything. But if those tech gremlins are clinging on, no problem. Just throw a comment in the question section and our crew will be there to help. We also want this to be an informative webinar for you. So throughout today's MegaCast, we hope you'll get engaged and ask all of your burning questions. Not only will we have team members responding to you over live chat, we will also have a dedicated Q&A session at the end of our presentations. And if we do not get to your question during the webinar, don't worry, because the awesome experts that we have here with us today will be following up with you after we wrap. All right, next up on our tour, there are going to be lots of cool aha moments in the MegaCast today, and if you want to share those with your community, we've made it nice and easy for you. You can use the Twitter button right there in your audience console, and the hashtag for today's MegaCast will automatically get added to your post. And our last stop on this guided tour, be sure to check out the Handouts tab for some resources and takeaways from our speakers here today. We have an info pack collection of solution briefs, white papers, data sheets, free trials, ebooks, upcoming webinars, and more. So many great resources, so be sure to go explore. And if that wasn't enough fun, we also have some exciting prizes we will be giving away throughout the MegaCast today. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about those later on, but a few quick reminders for you all. You do need to be in attendance here live at the webinar in order to qualify to win a prize, and we will follow up with all winners after we wrap the MegaCast today. Now, all winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media, and all winners must meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. Now, hey, if you're not sure what those are, no problem. You can find the full T's and C's in that Handouts tab. Again, just click into the Handouts section, scroll down to the bottom, and you'll find the full T's and C's waiting for you there. Now, the absolute most important thing to remember here today is that we love getting all your insightful questions during these live webinars. In fact, we love it so much that we have a special additional prize for all you inquisitive folks out there. In today's MegaCast, we will be giving away a prize for the best question asked in each of our sessions. Now, the expert speakers and teams will review all the questions asked after the webinar, which means that even if your question does not get read out in a live session, there is still a chance to win. If you are a lucky winner here today and would like to donate the value of your prize, we have several wonderful organizations that we partner with. So let us know when we follow up about winning, and we will get that rolling for you. Again, we are so happy to have you all here with us live at the MegaCast today, and we want to keep that good feeling going. So let's connect on social. Reach out and connect with Actual Tech Media on Twitter and LinkedIn. We have lots of great content, and we always want to hear from you. Now, if you're looking for more awesome content right away after we wrap, you want to jump right in, make sure that you subscribe to the Actual Tech Media channel on YouTube. Another fun way to win a prize and to grow this awesome community is to refer an industry friend or coworker to the Actual Tech Media webinar series. Now, you're going to find a link to do that right there in that Handouts tab, and you will also be automatically redirected after we wrap today. Now, both you and your coworker, your friend, could win a prize, and we actually hold those drawings every month. So be sure you refer somebody awesome before you head out today. It could quite literally be a win-win situation. Next, we have a cool opportunity for the decision makers out there to get connected with new and emerging tech and innovative vendors. Here's how it works. All you need to do is click on the link in your Handouts tab and fill out the application. Then the Actual Tech crew will match you with some vendors that we think you should be chatting with based on your needs. There will also be fun opportunities that you can choose to join in, like surveys or test running new solutions, extended demos, and so on. You'll get some chances to win extra prizes, you'll chat with great people, and you will learn about the hottest new trends in tech. So be sure to apply, or hey, send that link to a decision maker in your team. Now, I want to take a quick minute here to remind you about one of my favorite resources, and that is ransomware.org. You can find everything you need to know about ransomware, how to prepare, how to prevent and recover. The site is jam-packed with information, helpful tips, checklists, strategic approaches, case studies, everything you need in one place. So wherever you are in your ransomware preparedness journey, there is something for you at ransomware.org. So go check it out and start exploring. All right, I have one more exciting resource I have to tell you about today, and that is the Gorilla Guide Book Club. It's going to give you access to free enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts, so you can stay up to date on trending enterprise technology. And yes, these books are going to work on your Kindle, your mobile device, and they are completely free, super easy. You can download these awesome resources at gorilla.guide, and there's a link for you in the handouts tab as well. Okay, well, we've covered a lot of important things already, and I don't know about you all, but I am excited to dive in. So let's get rolling.
All right, well, I hope you guys are all feeling ready and pumped up because today is Cloud Security Fest 2023. Doesn't it feel like we should have some like loud flashing lights and music and like want Cloud Security Fest? All right, well, I'm going to work on that. I'll see if I can perfect my monster truck announcer voice. But in the meantime, let's get into our day because today is a big one. We have an absolutely incredible all-star lineup here with us today from industry leaders like Zscaler, Access Security, Gigamon, Rubrik, Cisco, Okta, Wiz, and Nudge. These top experts are going to walk us through everything you need to know when you're planning your cloud security strategies. This is obviously a really big topic, a really important topic, lots to dig into, and we have a ton of amazing sessions lined up for all of you. So I hope that you are comfortable. Make sure you've got your coffee cup ready or your tea or whatever gets you going in the morning. Grab your notebook if you're old school like me so you can take some notes, get comfortable, and get ready for, should I try it? It's Wednesday, Cloud Security Fest 2023. All right, obviously I should not be a monster truck announcer. I will keep working on that. But in the meantime, if I have not met you already, again, my name is Jess Steinbach. I'm a moderator here at Actual Tech Media. Now my fellow moderator, Scott Becker, is going to be joining us here today for some Q&A sessions with our speakers, and Keith Ward is here with me on live chat. All right, that's the team. Now let's talk about prizes because I know you are all waiting for that. So today on the MegaCast, you could win one of 5 Kindle Scribes, and we will be giving away a $300 Amazon gift card every 30 minutes, so stay tuned for that. All right, well, that was it for the housekeeping, guys. We got through that nice and quick, which is great because we are going to bring out our keynote speaker. And as you know, when we're talking about cloud, there is really only one speaker that we could bring in to start out our day, and that is, of course, the one and only Ned in the Cloud. Ned Bellavance, Pluralsight author and MVP, is here with us today to tell us about a hot trend, but I'm not going to spoil what it is. I'm going to let Ned tell you all about it. So without any further ado, take it away, Ned.
Everyone, thanks for joining me today. I'm Ned Bellavance, nedinthecloud.com, and today I wanted to talk to you about a hot new trend in the tech ecosystem. Now, no, it's not AI. I think we've had enough of that for the moment. It's platform engineering. There's been a lot of hype, marketing pushes, and misinformation about what platform engineering is and what it isn't. So today, I wanted to talk about 3 things that platform engineering is not. For starters, platform engineering isn't DevOps, at least not what DevOps is supposed to be. If you have a team in your organization that's called DevOps and it builds a platform for other teams to use, then maybe your DevOps team is platform engineering, but not in the original sense. DevOps was meant to be a cultural shift in how we build and deploy software. It was meant to break down the silos that existed between development, operations, and other stakeholders in the organization, and foster a culture of collaboration and shared responsibility. It was never meant to be a job title or a team name. DevOps was a practice, not a platform or a product. Now, that didn't stop vendors from trying to sell you a product that they labeled as DevOps. Heck, Microsoft changed Visual Studio Team Services to be called Azure DevOps. But that's not what DevOps was supposed to be about. It was about bringing in stakeholders earlier in the design process to ensure that the software being built was hosted on the proper infrastructure, designed with security in mind, and could be deployed and maintained by the operations team. Platform engineering is not a replacement for DevOps. It doesn't replace or kill DevOps, despite what you may have heard. Instead, platform engineering is one component in helping to enable DevOps practices and principles by providing a consistent and reliable platform to build on. Platform engineering is a tool in the DevOps toolbox, not a replacement for DevOps itself. Platform engineering is also not an internal developer portal. Could that be a component of your platform? Absolutely. But the two are not the same. An internal developer portal, often called an IDP, despite that initialism already being used for identity provider, it is a place where developers can go to find documentation, code samples, and other resources to help them build applications. It's a place where developers can go find out how to use the platform, interact with that platform to deploy their applications, and get support when they need it. The portal itself interacts with underlying systems to provide the developer with a seamless experience. Software like the open source project Backstage help create the portal and provide a framework for integrating with common platforms like Kubernetes, AWS, and Microsoft Azure. But the portal itself is not the platform or platform engineering. It might be leveraged by the platform engineers to enhance the internal developer experience, but there's more to platform engineering than just an internal developer portal. Speaking of the actual underlying platform, platform engineering is not just a fancy way to say that you're running Kubernetes. While Kubernetes can be a valid possible underlying platform for a platform engineering team that they can use to manage and offer to the application teams, there is no inherent link between platform engineering and Kubernetes. Likewise, there's no inherent link between platform engineering and the public cloud providers or any other platform as a service offering. A platform could be offered using bare metal provisioning of servers with customizable boot images. It could be an abstraction of several public cloud providers. It could be VMware sitting behind a fancy internal developer portal with automation pipelines provided by Jenkins and repositories from GitLab. Or it could be a combination of all of these options, depending on the unique use case of an organization and the services it provides to its customers. Which leads us to the fundamental question. If platform engineering is not DevOps, it's not an internal developer portal, and it's not Kubernetes, then what is it? Well, platform engineering is the practice of building and maintaining a platform that application teams can use to deploy their applications. It's a set of services that are offered to those teams to help them deploy their apps in a consistent and reliable manner. It's both the platform that is offered and the team that builds and maintains it. The platform as a whole can be considered a product that's offered to the application teams to help them deploy their apps. For that reason, platform engineering is also not a product you can simply buy off the shelf or an open source solution you can download and implement. It is an internal group and a set of practices in your organization. That probably includes a product manager for the platform who is responsible for helping to define the platform requirements, listen to user feedback, and manage the lifecycle of the platform. If you don't have a product owner for your platform, then you're probably not going to have a great experience for your application teams. Just like DevOps, it's a shift from how you may think about your internal development teams today. The platform engineering group has those developers as their customers, and they are responsible for building a product that the developers actually want to use. If it's a poorly designed platform with a bad interface that doesn't meet their needs, then the developers will go back to the realm of shadow IT, and I don't think anyone wants that. Platform engineering is the new hotness because now we have a good term For something that you may already be doing in an informal way for your organization, by applying a formal label, you can establish best practices, learn from others in the community, and incorporate platform engineering-focused products into your practice. While there are many things that platform engineering isn't, the one thing it is a way to empower your organization to build and deploy applications in a consistent and reliable manner. At least, those are my thoughts. If you'd like to continue the conversation, hit me up on LinkedIn or ping me on Twitter at Ned1313. Thanks everyone for your time today, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Well, thanks, Ned. We definitely will, and thanks as always for kicking us off. I really like this this sort of identification and discussion that's happening around taking things that we're already sort of doing and adding a little bit of intentionality to them. And I think that is something that is happening in a lot of different fields and a lot of slightly different solutions and strategies and approaches where we had some best practices and we had some ways things were done, and now we're really putting that extra little bit of thought in and thinking about the how and the why of the execution as much as the end result that we want to get to, and that's really cool. So it was a fun trend, and I'm glad we got to spend a little time digging into that this morning. What a great way to kick off Cloud Security Fest 2023. Now let's keep this exciting day rolling with a question for all of you, and I can see some of you already clicking on the poll. Thank you. You don't even need instructions here. You can just jump right in. What we're wondering is, what's your time frame? What's your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions? So obviously today we're talking cloud security, if you haven't picked up on that already. So if you're thinking about cloud security and you're thinking you want to implement a solution for that, or a strategy or change or enhancement, what is the time frame that you have in mind? Let us know. No wrong answers here. It just kind of helps to make sure that we're getting solutions to you based on where you're at in your decision-making process. We want to make sure that we're hitting wherever you're at in that research journey. And just so you know, I'm seeing the vast majority of you in the not sure category, and I love that. That's one of my favorite ways to start out of MegaCast, because it means that you guys are all open, that you're exploring, that you're learning, and we're all in this together on that one. Well, speaking of learning, let's jump right into our first session here today. Dun, dun, dun. Now, as you can see, we are definitely starting things out on a high note because we are going to be chatting with the Zscaler crew. So our very first expert speaker here with us today is Jacob Serpa, Senior Portfolio Marketing Manager at Zscaler. Jacob, thank you so much for being here with us today to kick off the MegaCast. Now, I know you have some awesome content lined up for us. Scott is also in the wings to get into some audience Q&A with you at the end. So we've got a lot of great stuff coming up. Let's get into it. Jacob, the platform is all yours.
Thanks, and hi, everybody. Good to be with you today. Again, I'm Jacob from Zscaler, and I'm going to be talking about this security topic from kind of a different angle, looking at 6 ways you can cut costs with a zero trust architecture. So first, as we all know, reducing costs and complexity is a priority in today's economy, and that's for a few key reasons. So first up, the workplace has changed very quickly. Users, apps, and data have moved off premises, they're widely distributed, and it's a fundamentally different way of doing business. Second, new challenges are on the rise amidst this evolution. So you have economic uncertainty caused by all kinds of things, from inflation to supply chain issues, and it's challenging organizations to do more, but with fewer resources. And unfortunately, even security teams aren't exempt from this. And the cyber criminals are seeing this challenge and this need to reduce cost, and they're saying they want to take advantage of this moment. And so you have increasingly sophisticated cyber threats that are constantly trying to breach enterprise defenses. Now, this scenario is making it pretty clear that your standard perimeter-based architectures, so hub and spoke networks, castle and moat security models, that they're not up to today's challenges because they were built for an era when everything happened within the perimeter. But with users, apps, and data going all over the place, your perimeter has essentially evaporated. And so if you try to use these perimeter architectures today, it's going to increase not just risk, but cost. And you can see the 6 key financial pain points of perimeter security here. And in light of these pain points, in light of this whole situation, now is the time to modernize security, not just to reduce risk, but to cut costs with a zero trust architecture. And for organizations that embrace zero trust, they're going to be able to address these 6 financial pain points and get benefits that can be placed roughly into these 2 buckets that you see here. They'll have clear-cut cost savings around things like infrastructure and technology costs. But they'll also capture additional economic value by solving other challenges that still waste resources. For example, decreased productivity. So this diagram is actually going to serve as our agenda for the day. We're going to move through each of these 6 one at a time, talking about the problem, talking about how Zero Trust can help, and hopefully it'll be pretty illuminating. So with that, let's jump into it with the first one, optimizing technology costs. Under perimeter-based architecture, you're going to be buying a lot of technology. So first, when you have the creation of these branch sites and these remote offices, usually you're going to be backhauling the traffic from those locations to your data center for network access, for resource access, and for security enforcement. But that backhauling takes place over these expensive private connections, typically MPLS, that are really costly. And as your organization grows and has more and more bandwidth requirements, that cost is going to increase precipitously. Not to mention the complex routing and switching needs of having this kind of backhaul with MPLS. Now, on top of that cost, you have the fact that these architectures are normally going to involve deploying a lot of different point products for security. And you can see a number of them in the text and in the diagram here. But the issue is, yes, you're going to be purchasing all these different point products, but you're going to be purchasing them in the form of these hardware appliances that are going to involve high upfront capital expenditures. So not only is it very costly, but it's very rigid as well. So that brings us to the third bullet here, where whether we're thinking about MPLS or CapEx with these hardware appliances, it's going to involve a lot of capacity planning, and you have to be very precise, because with appliances, for example, they have a fixed capacity to service a certain number of users. And if that capacity is surpassed, say for a traffic surge, then that appliance is either going to throttle performance or perhaps fail entirely. And so the go-to strategy historically has been over-provisioning, buying extra seats, extra capacity, so that if there's a traffic surge, the appliance has enough wherewithal to absorb it and keep running. But that means you're spending a lot of money on appliances that have capacity that's sitting idle the vast majority of the time. That's very expensive and not the best use of enterprise resources. But when you embrace a zero trust architecture, you're going to be able to optimize these technology costs. Zero trust means you don't have to put people on the network. You don't have to backhaul traffic. And so you're able to minimize your bandwidth requirements on these expensive private connections. And so for Zscaler in particular, we're able to reduce customer MPLS costs by 50% on average. Now, similarly, when you have zero trust security delivered as a comprehensive platform from the cloud, A, you're not going to have to deploy an additional hardware appliance, but B, you're able to eliminate existing appliances in your environment with the power of this comprehensive platform that consolidates those point products down to the one cloud delivered offering. And so Zscaler in particular, we can eliminate up to 90% of our customers' appliances. And again, because you have this security delivered from the cloud, you can switch from this rigid CapEx model from buying these appliances to this more flexible OpEx consumption model. Now, for the last piece here around capacity planning, if you have zero trust delivered as a service from the cloud, and that cloud has the scalability necessary to absorb traffic surges of whatever size they may be, you're not going to have to worry about that scalability. You're not going to have to do the over-provisioning thing, locking in capital for idle capacity. With Zscaler's case in particular, we have the world's largest security cloud. It scales for the world's largest organizations, and we can scale for organizations of any size, anywhere. So that's a bit about optimizing technology costs with zero trust. And it really goes hand in hand with our next pillar here around reducing operational complexity. Because as you purchase all this technology, as you build out your environment, you're creating a lot of complexity under a perimeter-based architecture. And that complexity means a lot of time requirements. So first, when you're purchasing a lot of hardware, you don't just set it and forget it. There's ongoing management that has to occur. There are patches and updates. There are changes that have to be implemented regularly. And the more appliances you have, the more maintenance your admins have to go do, the more time that's going to take. Now, in addition to this maintenance, you also have to think about policy creation. Because when you're deploying different point products for security, like we talked about on the last slide, That means you have a number of different dashboards that your admins have to pivot between. And they have this kind of, swivel armchair experience as they manage all of these different UIs. When they need to duplicate policy, they're going to have to go do that manually across all of these different dashboards. Not to mention, if they have to update policy, they'll have to double back and go across all of those dashboards once again. And so lots of other ways that, multiple UIs are going to cause problems. But in general, whether we're thinking about maintenance or we're thinking about all these disjointed dashboards and point tools, this setup is going to take a lot of oversight on the part of your admins. It's going to have a lot of time requirements, and that's going to create a lot of management overhead. And this labor is high skill, expensive labor. So it's going to be pretty extensive overhead. And as we're in the middle of a talent shortage in cybersecurity for these folks, it's really important to keep in mind that this complexity from a perimeter-based architecture is going to lead to these time requirements that basically just amount to a lot of menial tasks. It's a lot of work just to keep the lights on. And you can see how an average admin's time is spent in this diagram here. And this high skill, expensive labor, they don't necessarily just want to be doing chores day in, day out for their work. But that's kind of inevitable with this perimeter-based security. Now, when you embrace zero trust, in the same way that it solves those challenges I talked about on the last slide, big repercussions for operational complexity here and how zero trust can help. So first, when we think about those maintenance costs on appliances, well, if you have a cloud platform delivering comprehensive security and it's helping you to eliminate appliances in your environment, that means that your maintenance requirements go down significantly. Similarly, if that platform is delivering comprehensive security, then that means that you're going to be able to consolidate point products and remove a lot of those disjointed dashboards. Your admins aren't going to have to pivot between all these different UIs. That means that when you need to configure your security policies or update your policies, you're not going to have to pivot between as many dashboards. And that's going to save time as well. And one final Zscaler specific note here. We have the world's largest security cloud, as I mentioned. It scales like nobody's business. We own it and we manage it on the back end. So all of the change implementation, patches, updates, all those kinds of things, we handle it on our side. And we're going to automate repeatable tasks and simplify operations for our customers. That's why the average admin can free up about 3/4 of their time to focus on value-added projects. So instead of just creating overhead, they can go focus on strategic goals that create value for the organization. So that's a bit about how zero trust can reduce operational complexity. Moving on, we have accelerating M&A time to value. And M&A is increasingly something we're hearing about from customers and just organizations we talk to, that it's really important. And the idea is, under a perimeter-based architecture, prevailing wisdom would say, if you want to give someone access to an application, you need to give them access to the network that application is on. Now, when you have a merger or acquisition occur and two organizations with two networks come together, and you have users and apps over here that need to interact with users and apps over here, that prevailing wisdom would say, just integrate those two networks and make one big super network so we can connect people to it and they can go access whatever they need on that network. Now, in addition to increasing risk in some ways we'll talk more about in a second, that's a really complex undertaking. There are many things that can go wrong with network integration, technical challenges and security challenges, IP conflicts that you may not have been aware of. But there's this unexpected scope creep that occurs that extends the M&A timeline because you are experiencing this network integration and it's taking longer and longer than was originally anticipated. That's going to have two issues. First, as you delay the M&A integration, that means you're delaying the achievement of the business benefit that originally motivated the merger or acquisition. So there's this opportunity cost. You're not able to capitalize on synergy as quickly as you originally planned. And so you're not able to create revenue or additional revenue as quickly as you had planned. That means wasted money. Similarly, as that network integration process balloons, it means that it's going to take more and more resources, more time, more money in order to get it complete. Obviously, that's going to increase your costs. Now, in addition to these two more monetary concerns, there's also the fact that your end users are sitting around waiting for access to the resources they need to do their jobs, and they have to wait for this network integration to be complete. Now, as they're waiting and they're wanting to be productive, sometimes they're going to find clever ways to get access to resources, or perhaps organizations, IT teams are going to help them find creative ways to get access. But what often happens is secure access protocols get compromised. That means you're going to be increasing risk as well. Now, with the zero trust architecture, you have this direct to app architecture coming to the rescue. You don't have to put users on the network to get them access to applications. You connect users directly to applications. So you don't have to do this network integration thing at all when you have a merger or acquisition. It's very simple to just onboard new users and new apps rapidly. You say, we have this app here, let's add a new user group for the new organization, or maybe a subset of the new organization, and away you go. Rapidly onboard those new users, and you can minimize those security risks because your users aren't having to wait around for access, and they're not going to have those secure access protocols getting compromised. Now, with Zscaler in particular, we're able to deliver 50% faster time to value for mergers and acquisitions as well as divestitures. We're talking weeks instead of months. And that's going to allow our customers to cut, on average, about 40% of their one-time and recurring IT costs associated with the merger or acquisition. So wanted to highlight this pillar here because, again, M&A is something we're hearing more and more about from the organizations that we're talking to. Now, next up, we have improving security posture. And the idea here is if you have a poor security posture and you're at an increased risk of a data breach, that means you're at increased risk of the costs of a data breach. And you can see some of those costs on this diagram here, from detection costs to regulatory fines, legal fees, customer churn, brand damage, so on and so forth. And there are three key ways that perimeter-based architectures are going to increase risk of breaches and increase the risk of the costs of breaches. So first, perimeter architectures mean endlessly expanding your network and your attack surface to more users, devices, locations, networks, so on and so forth. And you're doing that with these tools like firewalls and VPNs that can be publicly found on the web and targeted and exploited by cybercriminals. So you have this expansion of your attack surface. Second, it's going to enable compromise. Perimeter architectures are built upon appliances more often than not. And appliances, as we've already talked about, don't have very good scalability. And if you want to inspect encrypted traffic at scale across your organization and enforce real-time policy on that traffic, it's going to take a lot of compute power. And appliances just aren't up to that challenge. And so you're going to have basically a pass-through architecture where you're just going to generate alerts after breaches have already occurred. So it enables compromise. And third, I've already alluded to this a little bit, but these architectures permit lateral threat movement because, again, prevailing wisdom says connect people to the network so they can access what they need to. But what that means is once they're on the network, they can move laterally across resources and access whatever applications or data they might want on the network. And so if your security is primarily just a moat around your castle, once someone gets past the moat, they can do what they want inside your castle. That's how the helpful analogy would go. So these are the challenges of perimeter-based architecture when it comes to security. But a zero trust architecture effectively inverts all of these and turns them into strengths. So first, zero trust means you're going to be able to eliminate the attack surface. You're going to be able to cut out firewalls and VPNs, these kinds of tools in your environment that actually serve as really attractive attack vectors for the bad guys. You don't have to extend your network to more and more locations. And when you use Zscaler, for example, for zero trust, our zero trust exchange is going to stand in front of all of your apps, users, and devices so that they are hidden and your attack surface just goes dark. There's nothing to target there. Now, similarly, zero trust, as I mentioned, means connecting users to apps, not the network. So you're able to address that lateral threat movement problem. And then third of all, if you have a security cloud that has the proper scalability to inspect encrypted traffic and enforce real-time policy, well, then you're going to be able to stop compromise as well. Not to mention the importance of, advanced capabilities, AI and ML-based threat protection. I won't get into the feature conversation, but those are all important as well. And so Zscaler customers in particular, they're able to reduce their ransomware attacks by 85%, phishing by 80%, and cut their compliance fines by 90%. So that's a bit about the importance of improving security posture so that you can avoid breaches and their corresponding costs. And for that, you want a zero trust architecture. Next up is enhancing user productivity. And this logic really flows from a lot of what we've already talked about. So when you have perimeter-based architecture, you are backhauling user traffic to the data center. that means you are adding a network hop into the user experience that's going to introduce a lot of latency. And when you slow down the user experience, you slow down user productivity. That means time and money are ultimately wasted. So backhauling creates this problem under a perimeter-based architecture. Similarly, if we can revisit this appliance-based architecture notion for a moment, as we already talked about, appliances don't have good scalability. And so if you have this traffic surge and you haven't done the whole over-provisioning thing we talked about previously, then the appliance's performance is going to be throttled, or maybe you'll have an outage and productivity will come to a halt altogether. In either case, the problem is made worse by the fact that traditional monitoring tools don't have full visibility across connections for traffic that involves cloud apps and remote users off network, because they're optimized for visibility in the data center. That means that your help desk teams have a limited view of what's going on, and they can't solve problems to user experience quickly, and your users are left in limbo for longer. But with Zero Trust, once again, you have this direct tap connectivity coming to the rescue, where you don't have to backhaul traffic. You connect users directly to applications. That's going to eliminate that network hop and the corresponding latency. And when you have Zero Trust security being delivered as a service at the edge from as close to the user as possible, that means you have maximum performance on any device for any user anywhere. And our customers are able to reduce user wait time by about 40% on average and recover about $5.2 million in productivity annually that would otherwise be wasted to the users just sitting around waiting for connections. Now, last thing here is you want to have a digital experience monitoring tool, or DEM, that is not just optimized for the data center. You want it to be able to see across the full connection so that you can proactively resolve user experience issues, streamline things for your help desk, and streamline issue resolution for your end users. That's going to help you cut personnel costs on the help desk side and minimize support calls. And Zscaler has a digital experience monitoring solution built directly into its platform called ZDX, which is really getting a lot of traction with our customers. Now that brings us to the final point here, decreasing carbon footprint. Pretty straightforward. As you deploy a lot of appliances, it's going to take a lot of electricity to keep them running. And it's going to take a lot of electricity to power the cooling systems that prevent those appliances from overheating. All that electricity means an expanding carbon footprint and an expanding power bill. But with Zero Trust eliminating these appliances, you're going to be able to minimize that power consumption. And our platform in particular improves power usage effectiveness, or PUE, for our customers by about 50%. And on top of that, the Zscaler platform is powered by a multi-tenant cloud platform. It's powered by 100% renewable energy. It's carbon neutral, and we have the goal of net zero emissions by 2025. So whether you want to save the world or your wallet, we're able to help you out, as I always like to say. And that's it. That brings us to the summary slide here, the conclusion of this presentation, where you can just kind of see those benefits that Zero Trust provides, some of those Zscaler specific stats I talked about, and how they culminate in this ROI for our customers of 139%. So just want to say, if you're looking to save money in security and you simultaneously want to enhance your security posture, do be sure to look at Zero Trust architecture. And if you're going to look at Zero Trust architecture, take a long, hard look at Zscaler, because we are the one true Zero Trust platform. So thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate your listening, and happy to open it up to some questions now.
Okay, super. Yeah, great stuff there, Jacob. I particularly like what you said about employees getting creative to do their jobs. IT departments and management, often think if they drag their feet, their employees don't get stuff done. But they find creative workarounds. They want to get their job done. They find ways to do it, and it's a security risk. So if you don't enable it securely, it's going to get done insecurely. Really gratified to see you make that point. We've got somebody here wondering about some of the money-saving stats that you included, and they're wondering if they can see the study where those stats came from.
Yeah. Thanks for asking that question. So we have an ESG economic validation report. It's available on zscaler.com. Basically, ESG, they interviewed a lot of our customers and looked at data from across our customer base and said, here's the average amount of money that customers save with Zscaler on X issue, right? And so that's a free to download resource. It's all across our website, but I suspect if you just search for ESG on our website and use that search function, it's going to be the first thing that comes up. So yeah, go check it out.
Okay, great. Another attendee is asking if Zscaler requires multiple software agents to replace point products.
That is a very good question. Something I did not talk about, but it nests really nicely under the complexity pillar, because things get really complicated as you start deploying, several agents to an end user device, and it's also going to have productivity implications, because it's going to bog down that device and slow your user's experience down. So it's very important. It's a good question. Can confirm Zscaler just has the one software agent that goes onto end user devices. It gives you the functionality from across the platform, not just the security stuff like ZIA and ZPA, so SWG, CASB, ZTNA, but also DEM, the digital experience monitoring stuff. So whatever piece of the platform you're using, it's just the one agent. We're very committed to solving problems without adding additional problems, and so we take it very seriously to reduce complexity and make sure not just that our customers are secure, but that we're able to help them simplify their environments and increase agility and securely embrace digital transformation.
Okay, I like that. Here's another audience question. Don't virtual appliances get the job done when it comes to saving money like this?
Yeah, so this is a question that I'm glad I get to answer, because it comes up every time I give this presentation. So first of all, to be fair, yes, you can save money when you embrace virtual appliances. You're able to undo some of that CapEx that happens with the hardware appliances. But hopefully, now that we've finished this presentation, it's become clear that you have a bigger problem than just the form of your appliances. Those appliances are just one part of your overall architecture, which is a perimeter-based architecture where you're giving people network access, and it's just kind of a way of doing things that was designed for a day gone by. And so when you try to use that architecture, regardless of the form of your appliances, you're still having some cost issues. So as an example, even if you swap them out for virtual appliances, you still have all that complexity. You still have all that maintenance that has to occur. You still have to pivot between all those dashboards. If there's a merger or acquisition, you still are probably doing network integrations. And even in terms of user experience, you're still backhauling traffic. You've just moved the choke point. So if you want to systematically address these challenges that we've talked about today, it's going to take more than just swapping out hardware appliances for virtual appliances. You want to make sure that you embrace a zero trust architecture. It's a different way of doing things, and it's going to help you save money more systematically.
All right, super. Well, unfortunately, we're coming up on time here, but if somebody wants to get started with Zscaler, Jacob, what do you recommend?
Yeah, if you'd like to follow up specifically on the topic that we talked about today, you can just go to zscaler.com/save money. That'll give you a kind of a jumping off point to look at more resources. But if you just want to see what Zscaler does in general, then go check out zscaler.com and feel free to just peruse what we have going on the homepage there. That'll just help you dig more into zero trust architecture as a whole and how we can help your organization.
Okay. Well, Jacob, thanks so much for being here today and bringing us up to speed on Zscaler. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thanks to you, Scott, and to Jacob for that awesome presentation and Q&A session. I know there were a lot of questions that we didn't get to, and we're going to make sure that those get over to the Zscaler team. So if Scott didn't get the chance to ask your question of Jacob just now, you will still get an answer back. So keep those questions rolling in. And now it's our turn. We have a question for you. So what we want to know is, what additional feedback or resources would you like once we wrap up from Zscaler? So again, this is a great way. You're going to hear from, what is it, eight different solutions today. It's going to be so much information. All of these experts have so many cool things to share. And it's just going to be hard to sort through all of it in your brain after we wrap. So one great way that you can make sure that you're getting the information that you need is by clicking on the poll and letting the team follow up with you, hand you exactly what you want and only the things that you want. And another great way is to make sure that you're opening these handouts. So as we go through, make sure you're revisiting that handouts tab tab and grab the handout from each one of our presentations. If you click on that Zscaler link, you can start exploring a little bit more about reducing costs and complexity with Zero Trust. And I saw some great questions coming in about Zero Trust, so a little bit of a way to dig into that a bit further, a great follow-up on the chat that we just had with Jacob and with Scott. So go check that out. But for now, we are going to get into a little more excitement because it is time for our very first prize giveaway. So we have a $300 Amazon gift card. Now, I will give you another quick reminder that you do need to be present and live with us here at the MegaCast, but as I always say, where else would you want to be than here at the MegaCast? So if you are here, then you are eligible to win, and you can check the T's and C's if you need to see those in the handouts tab if you're curious whether or not you're eligible. All right, our very first lucky winner here with us today at Cloud Security Fest 2023 is Roshani Amin of New Jersey. Roshani Amin of New Jersey, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. Congratulations. Now, as always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap. Now, don't forget, there are still lots more chances to win one of those gift cards, plus we have those Kindle Scribes coming up, so stay tuned for that. But for now, we are going to keep rolling. I'm just laughing here because Florin is messaging saying, I'm here. I see you, Florin. I see you. I'm crossing my fingers for you, buddy. All right. Well, we're going to keep things rolling along in this amazing Cloud Security Fest because I don't know about you guys, but I am having a great time and I'm ready to keep that going. We are definitely keeping it going with the fun because we have not one, but two expert presenters here with us, and these should be some familiar faces here on the MegaCast. You've heard them before, so you know that we are in for a great conversation. I am very excited to introduce you all to John Spiegel, Director of Strategy and Field CTO, and Jay Tilson, also Director of Strategy and Field CTO. So that is a powerhouse duo right there. John and Jay, thank you so much for being back here with us again on the MegaCast. It's always fun to chat with you. So I'm going to hand things right over. Let's get this going. Take it away, John.
Welcome to our presentation. Over the past 10 years, much has changed in IT. Could be the rise of cloud, or services like SaaS or PaaS. Maybe it's SD-WAN and 5G, or maybe it's this new thing called AI. But there's also this new emerging hybrid workforce. All of these tools have led to increases in work productivity and also innovation. But there's been a downside as well. At almost the same pace as we've seen in technology, the threat landscape has evolved as well. Ransomware, phishing, social engineering, as well as now encryptionless extortion. How do you keep pace? How do you balance the need to move technology forward and also secure your business? It comes down to this: rethinking how you deliver applications with both performance and security. Hello, my name's John Spiegel. I'm joined by my colleague, Jay Tilson. Together, Jay and I have almost 50 years of experience running large infrastructure teams and security teams. So we've both sat in your chair. We've experienced the daily challenges that you face. Recently, we left the enterprise space and moved to a startup company called Axis Security, because we both believe that networking and security are mired in complexity. Stitching together solutions that worked in 2010 don't cut the mustard in 2023. They only create more challenges, and as they're deployed, they look like a game of mousetrap. Both Jay and I believe there's a better way. Axis Security was founded in 2018 under a very interesting quote: "Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication." This quote is often attributed to the great Leonardo da Vinci. Our founders, Dor Kanafo, Gil Izareth, and Shuki Chen were like-minded as Jay and I. They believed that networking and security were mired in complexity. We looked at the remote access space and thought there was a better way. Leverage the concepts of cloud, zero trust, bring them together in an elegant manner. Simplify networking and security. Unburden the admin from the nightmare of having to manage multiple point products with multiple UIs. Start with a foundation of zero trust. Start with cloud delivered. learn from the established vendors, take what works, and fix what does not. Again, make life easy for the end user and the administrator on the front lines. Put another way, to paraphrase another great innovator, James Hamilton from AWS, get networking and security out of my way so I can deliver a great application experience. That is what Axis Security is all about.
I think we can all agree that in the last few years, the technology world has evolved faster than we've ever seen before, especially with the pandemic being a major catalyst for what is now called the modern workplace. Users, devices, and data are everywhere, but the legacy security systems that many of us rely on today were not designed for this cloud and mobile world. The bad guys know this, and they're using it to their advantage. As a result, cyber attacks are increasing at an alarming rate. Ransomware was named the top threat type in 2021, with the number of attacks increasing over 140% in the second half of that year alone. And ransomware damages are expected to exceed $30 billion worldwide in this coming year. This means that in this new world of the digital citizen, securing our hybrid workforce is critical for every IT and security team to prioritize. So let's look at some more statistics. So as I just mentioned, ransomware was named the top threat type in 2021, but there are other concerns for our IT and security teams. Social engineering threats increased by a whopping 270% in 2021, and there has been a 1,500% increase in attacks against VPNs. We all know that the IPsec protocol, which we rely on for these VPNs, has over 400,000 lines of code, and it has been around since the early 90s. And this has led to there being a new bug being discovered every week. What this means is our hybrid workforce are a huge target for cyber attacks. The remote worker, both the employee and their doppelganger, the off-the-clock persona, are now in the bullseye for the bad actors. Your digital work and your life personas are now on the front line. This has led to a regained popularity in zero trust. And zero trust is this concept of never trust and always verify, and was first introduced by John Kindervag back in 2010. However, the move to the cloud, the rise of the hybrid worker, and the increase in regulatory requirements have all contributed to making zero trust a core element of every CISO and CIO strategy today. So let's look at 3 approaches in which we can secure our workforce of today. The old way of doing things was the hub and spoke design. This is a progression from the old castle and moat design where everyone was inside the perimeter, but it still focuses on having on-prem security even though some of the users and their data had started to move to the cloud. There is still a heavy reliance on MPLS and internal data centers. This model is complex to configure and to administrate. You need to feed in water your applications to ensure they remain secure, and you also have to go through hardware renewal cycles. Patching all of your systems is critical in this scenario to protect against attack. Next, you have cloud firewalls. This is an evolution of the hub and spoke design, moving some of those legacy-based security systems that used to run on hardware to cloud-based solutions. The aim here is to remove some of the burden of keeping systems secure. However, in a lot of cases, this still means backhauling internet traffic to your corporate networking data center. This design is supposed to make things simpler to manage, but in my experience, it could actually use to further complexity and cost. Then there is SSE. SSE and SD-WAN combine to make SASE, and in my mind, these are the designs of the future, and what people should start to move towards now. Security Services Edge. This is dealing with all of your connectivity and security tools from the cloud. Gone are the days of patching your systems, and these new architectures will stand side by side with you in the battle against the bad guys.
So you may be asking, what is SSE? SSE is part of a larger framework called SASE. Introduced in 2019 by the analyst firm Gartner, it addresses the traditional dilemma presented to every network and security engineer when faced with how to deploy a new application. Do I favor speed or security? In the past, you could only select one, and we all know which one the CIO prefers. It's speed, because speed equals employee productivity. With SASE, you can actually have both. You solve the dilemma. How do you do this? By creating a network and security fabric that extends all the way to the employee, the third party, via points of presence or POPs. Applications can be secured and delivered with high performance. SASE is essentially delivered in two technology stacks. The WAN edge, which you see on your left, and SSE, which you see on your right. How's this framework being adopted? Recently, Axis Security commissioned a report on SSE adoption with our friends at Cybersecurity Insiders. So let's dive into the results.
Recently, Axis, in partnership with Cybersecurity Insiders, conducted the first ever research on SSE adoption. The report has some very good insights and is well worth a read, but for this presentation I just want to pull out some of my key takeaways. Firstly, the report shows that WAN Edge and SSE are both on the rise. I guess this is to be expected due to the growth of the hybrid workforce. Secondly, SSE is seen as a strategic initiative to enable and secure the workforce, with 39% of respondents viewing it as the most important part of their zero trust strategy, even over things like identity providers and endpoint security. Lastly, and I think more importantly, as companies look to implement SASE, 67% of businesses plan to start their implementation with SSE versus WAN Edge. This shows that the security teams are gaining traction against the networking teams, and that the CISO is becoming more powerful.
Before we dive into the Axis SSE platform, I do have an exciting announcement I will let you know. Aruba Networks and HPE acquired Axis Security in March of this year. The deal brings together the best-in-class SD-WAN Edge solution with the most innovative SSE solutions on the market. The result will be a unified approach to SASE. While this announcement is still new, we will focus on the network side in another webinar. So now let's dive deep into Axis Atmos.
Axis Atmos is a platform designed to bring networking security together from day one. It is about harmonizing what in the past was a symphony that played as individuals versus as a team. In the past, the enterprise would select one vendor for networking, one for security, one for DLP, one for the WAN, and then one for cloud security controls. And as we all know, this leads to operational complexity, high cost, and ultimately poor security design. Axis, on the other hand, starts with a clean slate. It begins with this concept called adaptive trust. Instead of placing the employees, the third parties, or their contractors and their devices directly on the network, Atmos starts with a series of checks to verify the identity of the user and their device. Axis then balances this with the request for applications and data. The employee is not granted access if the calculation does not add up. So building on the concept of adaptive trust, Atmos provides global reach, and its platform brings together what were previously individual point solutions into a single integrated SSE platform, all delivered via the public cloud. This enables secure access for remote employees, office workers, and third parties and contractors. At Axis, we have this notion of work in harmony. The Atmos SSE platform includes the core functions of ZTNA, CASB, SWIG, and DEM, Digital Experience Monitoring. At its heart is this concept of zero trust, never trust, always verify. And for us, this is key in the battle with the bad guys. Access can be granted to internet, SaaS applications, the public cloud, or applications hosted in your data centers. And the platform auto-mediates access at scale. There are no pass-through connections and users are not put on the network. So unlike legacy VPNs, they do not get an IP address on your network and they cannot go wherever they want, whenever they want. and this significantly reduces your attack surface. The system automatically verifies against your access policy based on users, devices, and application contexts and prevents any unauthorized access. This is key for zero trust. This is the never trust and always verify. We have a single data lake for all of our services, allowing full visibility across the whole platform. And this all adds up to increased protection against cyber attacks while significantly reducing your costs, complexity, and most importantly, offering a great user experience.
And customers, they are the key. Their challenges are similar to yours. For instance, take the city of San Jose. Their challenge was enabling the hybrid workforce. Like many in the post-pandemic world, they embraced remote work, but also knew the power of maintaining a great culture. For the city, they adopted a 3-day remote and 2-day in the office approach. This blend allowed them to have the best of both worlds. But if you don't have the application delivery mechanism to support it, worker productivity declines. After doing an extensive search, the city of San Jose selected Access Security as their platform. For them, the days of VPN are gone. Or it could be like Procter & Gamble, who's another customer. Their challenge was different. It was about third-party access. Being one of the largest multinationals out there, their base of contractors is high. Their need is how to secure them while also maintaining the security of their critical intellectual property. For them, this meant sending out thousands and thousands of laptops. The turn time was high to onboard a contractor as well as the cost. By moving to Access, Procter & Gamble was able to leverage our agentless approach. This meant that a contractor could now leverage their own laptop in a BYOD situation. The result? $10 million saved per year, as well as the time to value went from 24 days down to 24 hours. Their return on investment? Sub 1 month. That's the power of Access. And lastly, VisionWorks, a national optical chain. I'm sure you've seen one of their stores. Their challenge was network and application transformation. Moving off expensive MPLS services and migrating applications to the cloud. Access worked with them to deliver a solution which greatly reduced their legacy network investments and provided them an easy transition for moving applications out of their heritage data center to the cloud. Result? Reduced costs, increased business agility, as well as greater security. Wins all around. Making the move to SASE, it's a journey, and we're here to support you. But where you start, that's up to you. Really comes down to solving critical business challenges. So maybe your need is connecting your branch or campus locations with improved security and connectivity. If so, start with Aruba's best-in-class SD-WAN solution, SilverPeak. Or maybe your challenge is how to secure the remote workforce and third-party contractors. If so, start with the most innovative SSE solution on the market, Access Security, now powered by HPE Aruba. If SSE is your first step, we recommend that you start with ZTNA. It's the foundation. It's going to give you that quick win and help you see immediate value. The idea here is to standardize connectivity from a private application perspective. After that, then look to add SWIG for protecting your internet access. And it's worth noting that with Access, ZTNA and SWIG are integrated. They're the same code base and run out of the same POPs. There's no separate UI, there's no separate rule base, it's just one policy and that's it. This is critical as it simplifies your admin workload and greatly reduces the chance of human error. So once you've got that covered, the inbound and outbound layer, start to look up. Add services like CASB or DLP or DEM. Gain greater control without added complexity or worse, vendor sprawl. Finally, bring it all together. Transform your campus and branch locations. Unburden yourself from legacy connectivity, and that places a speed bump as you make your move to SaaS or cloud. Make the move to SD-WAN with SilverPeak. benefit from lower costs, higher bandwidth, increased business agility, and lower operational costs. Then as you add in services from your offices, start to look at ClearPass for security, dynamic segmentation of your network, and protecting those vulnerable IoT assets. Then look to complete the journey. Make the full move to SASE.
Before we finish our presentation today, I just wanted to mention that Axis was also featured in the news recently. Nasdaq.com interviewed Frost & Sullivan cybersecurity analyst Toff Whitmore on the topic of how the cloud will change cybersecurity. Toff rightly calls out the challenges of the distributed applications as well as the newly distributed workforce. He then offers up his own view of the future. He discusses transitioning the past hardware assets to software and delivering them via the cloud. He then reviews the list of vendors in the space with a specific call out on Axis as one of the first vendors in the space who are starting to poach customers, not only from legacy hardware vendors, but also from ZTNA 1.0 vendors. So to conclude, when you consider the options for securing your users, their devices, applications and data, please do not leave out networking and security. There are now better solutions available that overcome the complexities of the past. Solutions that are based on adaptive trust, offer lower operational complexity, greater visibility, and most critically are provided at a lower price point versus the legacy approaches of the past. If you want to know more and see Axis in action, please use the QR code or visit our website at www.axissecurity.com. And thank you for your time today.
Well, thank you both for your time and for a very informative presentation. I hope you guys were able to get that QR code. If you do still have questions, get them in. We will make sure, and actually we've got the team here with us answering questions on live chat. So if you're getting those questions in, you will get answers back from Axis Security either today on live chat or via email in follow-up. So get those in now. All right, well, I'll stop bugging you and bullying you. And another great way to make sure that you can get some answers, get some more information, because we did just have such an interesting conversation and there is so much more to dig into, so much more to follow up in. And so if you're wanting to jump into that conversation with Axis Security, click on the poll right now. Let them know how they can follow up with you, what information you would like to get, and they will hand it right to you. So think of this as the easy button. You don't even have to do any research or digging. They're going to hand it right to you in your email inbox. So make sure that you click on that poll and head on over to the handouts tab. If you haven't already done that, make sure that you get on over there and get the handout from Axis. You can dig in a little bit more into Atmos by Axis and how you can secure your workplace. And I like they use the word elegant, which I really like. You don't see that. That's enough as a descriptor. But with this elegant security service edge solution, so SSE, this is an absolutely fantastic follow-up on the conversation that we just had with John and Jay. So make sure that you've got that handout downloaded. Hold on to that to read after we wrap. Okay, while you guys are asking questions, clicking on the poll, downloading handouts, boy, I'm really giving you a lot to do right now. Well, then I'll give something back to you. Let's go ahead and do a prize giveaway. So this time we are going to do a Kindle Scribe as well as a $300 Amazon gift card. Now, one more reminder, and I feel like you can all say this along at home with me, but you do need to be here live and present at the MegaCast in order to win. So our next two winners, first we'll start with a $300 Amazon gift card, and that is going to go to Douglas Bostrom of California. Douglas Bostrom of California, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. And then our next winner, and this one is a Kindle Scribe, is going to Ryan Schwab of Idaho. Ryan Schwab of Idaho. All right, well, we will be in touch with both of you after we wrap. Congrats to Douglas and to Ryan. Keep in mind, lots more chances to win. Plus, if you haven't remembered in a little while, if you have forgotten, if you haven't forgotten, anyways, we have a Best Question gift card. So we are reviewing all of the questions after we wrap, even if we don't get to ask them in a live session. So get those questions in. We'll take a look, and we will be following up with you again. That's a $50 gift card coming your way if you get that best question. So keep those coming. And I know that you're going to have a lot of questions in this next session, because let's get things rolling here. All right, I am so excited to introduce you all to our next presenters on the MegaCast, and this is genuinely such a pleasure because we have another dynamic duo here with us today, and that is Brian Lockie, Senior Director, Security Engineering, and Martin Crew, Senior Director, Solutions and Partner Technologies. Brian and Martin, I'm so happy to welcome you both here today. Now, Martin, you are a veteran of the MegaCast, so I know that we are going to have a great conversation here. I can't wait to get into it. Martin, I'm going to hand things right on over to you. Take it away.
Well, thanks for that introduction, and hello everybody on the Actual Tech Media Call. Very excited to be here with my colleague Brian Lockie, who I'm going to let introduce himself in a minute. We are going to be discussing the topic of Beyond SIEM. So how do you actually use and unleash the power of security data lakes to really take your security environment to the next level? My name is Martin Crew. I'm responsible for solutions and technical marketing at Gigamon. And I'd like to introduce my colleague, Brian. Brian, why don't you say a few words about your very interesting background?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for having us. So I've spent the last 10 years or so in the DevSecOps, security, platform engineering, and data space. So I've had a really great experience working with some incredibly talented engineers across different types of engineering. And one of the things that I love about what modern security is doing is borrowing from these other practices. So DevOps became a thing, and then DevSecOps came along, and we started to leverage these similar principles. And today we're going to be talking about how we can leverage principles that I learned working with an incredibly talented data team, and how I've seen them brought over into the security space, and how we can use them to mature, how we do our jobs as security, how we communicate to the business, and how we understand our overall security posture. So excited to do that. Thank you, Martin.
And you have a very interesting role at Gigamon, because you're not only working with us in events like this, you are actually a security practitioner at Gigamon responsible for our internal security engineering, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I hope my beard gave me away a little bit, but I actually do work in the security team, was an engineer for a long time, moved to the dark side, and now I'm on the leadership side. But what I love about that is I get to work with incredibly talented engineers to not only discuss how we at Gigamon protect ourselves for security, but how we mature our tools, partners that we work with. So yeah, I really think I get the best of all the worlds. I get to have my hands into engineering, but I also get to be involved in some really interesting discussions about cutting edge technology and great partners that we work with.
Great. That's right. And a little later in the presentation, we'll actually be going under the hood and looking at how Gigamon is planning to use security data lakes for our own infrastructure. So before we get to that, I'm going to spend a couple of minutes, just give you a very, very quick Gigamon overview. And then we're going to get into the content around Beyond SIEM. What is the next step beyond the traditional security use cases that most organizations are using, many using Gigamon to drive those? And as you step into the data lake world, what is it all about? What are the benefits? And we're just going to do that conversationally. So we're going to keep the slideware to an absolute minimum. So many of you I know on the call will be familiar with Gigamon already. What you may not be familiar with is our sort of current positioning. So historically, Gigamon has been in the network visibility market. We've been the leader in that space for many, many years. Recently, the analysts have started using the terminology observability rather than visibility. The key difference being that observability takes the visibility paradigm, but it takes it to the next level. It takes it to where from observing the network, you're able to derive intelligence about what's happening, so that when you're looking, in this case, at security events that you'd be logging in a SIEM, for example, you see not only the event, you see all the data that surrounds it, and that gives much more context to that, so that when you're troubleshooting, you're able to be that much faster, that much more precise in what you do. So that's the market that we're now identified as being in. Very happy to say that we were identified as the market leader in that market last year. As an organization, we have just over 4,000 customers, but these are some of the biggest, most demanding organizations worldwide. So all of the major federal agencies, for example, 7 out of the top 10 major global banks, major service providers, MSPs worldwide. So very much the cream of the crop in terms of understanding and demanding the most out of their security solutions. Our solution is called the Gigamon Deep Observability Pipeline. So this is a software product. It runs on either our own appliances, or it runs our software in virtualized environments, whether it's VMware, Nutanix, or in the public cloud. It's fully interoperable across all of those environments. So you really don't have to worry about where Gigamon's hosted. It can be anywhere. The critical thing to understand about Gigamon is what it does. So Gigamon, the Deep Observability Pipeline, sits in the middle of the platforms, the workloads, the applications that you have, and all the tools that you're using to manage those applications and workloads. What we do is we capture the information, the data in motion or the traffic that's being generated by those workloads. We do perform deep packet inspection on it, which means we understand not only where it's come from, but what it actually is, where it needs to go in terms of what tools need to see it. We understand those tools. We understand, as you can see from this right-hand column, over 200 partner tools. So we know how those tools expect to see our information, and then we transform it. We enrich it with metadata so that we're not just sending raw data, we're sending data and the surrounding context. And then we perform the brokering. So we send it to all the tools that need it. So from a single Gigamon tap into the workloads, we can send it to as many different tools as need to see it. So that minimizes the number of agents, it minimizes the number of mirroring processes, tunneling processes, etc. So it actually optimizes, in the cloud in particular, your consumption of, for example, CPU utilization and bandwidth. So at a snapshot, that is what we do. So let's talk about what customers do with it. So these are our 6 most common use cases. As you'd expect, the first of them is the very basic one, which is how do you actually acquire the traffic? How do you aggregate it? And then how do you optimize it? So this is fundamental to everything else we do. Second use case is working with encrypted traffic. So as you'll be aware, 80% plus of most enterprise and federal traffic is encrypted, which means at some point you have to decrypt it for it to be useful to the tools that need to see it. So we take a centralized approach to doing this. I know some people do it at the firewall level, other people do it at individual tools level. We think that both of those are pretty inefficient ways to do it. So we have a dedicated appliance that handles all of the decryption, knows where the traffic needs to go, re-encrypts it to the level that it needs to, and then sends it onto the tools. We have another way to do it, which we're all very excited about, which we'll be announcing in the fall, and we'll be sort of previewing that a little bit at the end of this presentation. But having captured and decrypted the traffic, we can then detect the anomalous behavior. So whether it's applications communicating with servers we didn't expect, whether it's users doing things outside of maybe policies that have been established for them, whether it's unauthorized apps, whether they're innocent apps like someone doing their shopping on the network, or malicious apps like crypto mining, peer-to-peer networking, we can detect all of those things. And our detection is not just at the packet level. We see everything up to and including the application level. And that really applies to 2 critical use cases on the security front. So the first is east-west visibility, or what many people, particularly cloud folks, will call lateral visibility. So we're not just looking at north-south traffic on and off the network. We're looking at what happens within the network. And as many of you know, that is really the sort of the next frontier for cybersecurity engineering these days. And finally, that applies very much to zero trust. So as we know, many organizations are looking beyond their existing architectures for security. They're looking at how they rethink the whole security paradigm. And with that, moving from the implicit trust models that we all grew up with to zero trust models is a big part of that. And Gigamon can help provide visibility to all the tools that you're using to ensure zero trust on the network, and because of the metadata capability we've got that operates totally independently of all the logs and things on the network, we can actually make sure that what's happening and what's reflected in the logs is actually verifiable. We can make sure that you have that additional level of protection around your zero trust enforcement. So snapshot, that's what we do. We're now going to start talking about the data lake. And I'm really excited about this, Brian, because my own background before I joined Gigamon 4 years ago, I was all in the data. So I was in the data infrastructure, the data warehouses, Hadoop for my sins back in the days, a lot of the data integration and the data analytics side of things. So seeing that now come back into the core of Gigamon's capabilities is just really exciting for me. So great to have you on the call. Why don't you just talk us through the next slide just to give us a quick review of what a data lake's all about?
Absolutely. Thanks, Martin. I learned something new about you today. We're going to have to talk Hadoop at some point. So,
oh, no.
Yeah, but anyway, let's start. Let's talk about from a high level what I think the success path of a security data lake looks like, and then we can get into a little bit more detail. And I like to think that each one of these steps represents a pain point that anyone in security has felt previously. So let's just start talking about what the data lake gives you versus maybe like a SIEM or other solutions that you've worked with. Collect holistically is the first one that I like to put here. If you've ever worked with a SIEM, you know that it is constantly a battle of what do we bring in, what do we not bring in, what's valuable, because SIEMs are costly, right? They're frankly built on an older type of architecture that data lakes have created sort of a more modern version of. So they decouple, data lakes sort of decouple your data storage and your compute and analytics. So it allows you to get that sort of cheap bulk storage that you want so that you can collect everything that you want to in it. The idea of a data lake is essentially, let's put everything in it that we can. And the companies that make these data lakes have done some incredible work making it easy to get data in from just about any source that you can get it. So how does it solve the first problem? Let's stop having meetings about what data we do put in the SIEM and what data we don't put in the SIEM. Let's put it all in the data lake, and let's make sure we have it all there when we want to take a look at it later, and then we store it for years at a time. We don't have to rehydrate or go fetch it out of cold storage. It's just there and ready to use. Next one's limitless scale. This addresses the similar thing that I was saying about trying to decide what logs you keep, what logs you don't, what sources you include. You know, with SIEM solutions, they're often the most expensive thing that a security team pays for, and it's often a regular conversation about what you do include in there. And it kind of makes sense because SIEMs really evolved out of logging solutions. So, you know, really more originally meant for allowing a DevOps team to have visibility into how things are running, and the idea that maybe they need data 30, 60, 90 days, but beyond that, you don't really look into that. If you do need it, you can rehydrate it later. But with a data lake, you want the data there available all the time so you can crunch it, so you can look back over 2 years, 3 years if you're doing investigation. And then you can just not really worry about what you're putting in. Is it too much, right? Your data lake is meant to handle that. The next step, this is to me, the most important one is enriching data. There was a survey from RSA 2023 that said most SOC teams get over 1,000 security alerts per day. And this high number was attributed to SIEM solutions that don't have access to the comprehensive data needed to contextualize and reduce false positives. So, you know, SIEMs bring in data. We like to think we're putting all the data together, but really it's more of a data warehouse where each source has the data stored in their format. And then you're trying to sort of query across it and tie things together. But you don't really have the ability to enrich that data like you can in a data lake. So for instance, you can associate IP addresses to hosts or security groups, or you know, how this particular server is doing in CrowdStrike. You could basically bring the power of putting all your data together is you can bring it together and you can enrich the data to help you make better solutions. And then I have this last one is security intelligence. You get your little graduation cap. And, you know, you're moving to the point where you can actually automate. I think we all bought into the idea of SOAR, and I think we probably tried the idea of SOAR. I typically have found it to be less effective than I wanted to. And generally, it's because there wasn't enough comprehensive and contextualized data to really make an automation that really served the solution that I wanted to deliver. So I believe with a data lake, you're giving yourself much more context and information to make better solutions and better decisions. And then the more repeatable those decisions can become, the more automatable it is. So
yeah. So this is great, because the biggest single question we get at Gigamon when we talk to customers is, can you help me reduce traffic to my SIM? Because as you say, the costs are just going up exponentially. But let's just talk about cost for a minute. All right, so with the Gigamon architecture, we're now supporting the AWS security lake, data lake. So instead of putting all this information into a SIM, we can now put it into AWS. But obviously, there's going to be costs associated with that. So kind of on a relative basis, Brian, do you have a sense of the cost optimization that you're going to get using this approach versus a SIM?
Oh, I'm pulling this number out of the air, but this is what I've seen previously. I didn't poll a bunch of individuals. I would say about 1/10 of the cost of SIM for standard storage, right? And again, that's how it really takes the decision away from you of what should we put in there, and moves towards the idea of put everything in there, right? Because sometimes you don't even know what will be valuable at the moment, and you want to go back in time and see that value.
So when you say put everything in there, so SIMs are predominantly log-based, as you mentioned. So other than the logs, what information using Gigamon can we actually now put in the security lake?
Well, a lot of the information that you were highlighting previously, we've got aggregation, you get access to decrypted information from Gigamon. We can find some really interesting things around anomalous traffic and activities when we're looking at things like your VPC flow logs from your cloud or from on-prem, looking at your raw network. So I kind of think data is exploding, right? It's exploding across all of technology, and it's because we want to make better, more informed solutions. In my opinion, security, we're kind of coming in a little bit late, right? They're, marketing, business, these teams already make very data-driven choices and have dashboards that they regularly give access to. The concept of like democratizing the data and allowing the company to see these things. So as we incorporate more and more data, and we want to get more granular with the data through a tool like Gigamon, which does give you that incredible granular data, usually what happens is you want to tie that granular data to some other tooling, some CrowdStrike, some IDR tool, right? We have over 50 tools. We want them all in one place. So let's put them in Snowflake, and let's start looking or AWS data lake. Any data lake really solves the problem, but let's put that information in there, and let's start trying to enrich and discover how we can transform from raw data to truly interesting business insights.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. So you said a couple of things earlier on that really piqued my curiosity. I mean, one is, first of all, you used the word rehydrate data, which I think is great. It's just really instructive as to what we can do there. The second thing is you actually talked about storing years of data. Now, is that marketing speak, or is that realistic?
I think it's absolutely realistic, and I can give you a use case that went through mine. This was maybe 4 or 5 years ago. We had a security breach. We did not have a security data lake. We had more traditional SIM type tools and logging based tools. So when we wanted to investigate when the security breach actually happened, which we found out was 4.5 months previous, most of our standard tools had already rolled off the data that we really needed to see. So now we have to go back in and either rehydrate this data, pull it out of cold storage. We have to wait a lot of times. And usually when someone finds out you've had a security breach, time is of the essence. Investigating, having everything you need at your fingertips is of the essence. And so the idea of the data lake is let's build it. Let's continue to let's build it over years. Let's put as much data as we can in there, because a lot of times when you're working backwards, trying to discover and find the root cause of a security incident, you don't actually know what's interesting until you start to investigate, right? And this is what you run into with the SIM a lot of times is you think you found a string and you're starting to pull it, but then you realize you don't have the contextualization that you need in the SIM, because even though we are pulling in all those data sources, we're not doing any sort of work to normalize them in any way. So if this tool returns it to you in JSON, and this tool returns it to you not in JSON, or this one calls service port, and this one calls it SVC port, all this mapping is still up for you to do in the SIM. The idea of the data lake is that you do some work ahead of time as part of that enrichment to standardize some of these naming conventions. Basically, when you're investigating, the less that you can hold in your mind where you're mapping things together. Oh, this is service record. This is SVC record over here. This is that. The less that you have to hold in your mind about how you're mapping things, the more that you can focus on finding the information that you're looking for.
Yeah. Okay. So we got a couple of minutes before I'm going to open this up to some questions. But in that time, Brian, there's one aspect of this that I'm really interested in and I want you to talk about. So Gigamon is a medium-sized organization with about 1,000 employees operating on a global basis, very complex stack of internal tools and applications. And we have made the decision to use this, right? I mean, we're going to be using this for our own security data lake operating internally. So what are some of the considerations that you and the team have thought about as you approach that particular deployment?
Yeah, that's a great question. We have some of the problems I detailed here, I can state to you very well because we have them as well, right? We currently get a lot more alerts out of our SIEM than we would like, largely because our data isn't contextualized. We use Gigamon hardware, but we're not currently ingesting it into our SIEM because the cost is so large into a SIEM. But we know we have value in Gigamon data. Right now, we're sort of going from one screen to another as we're trying to correlate these things. And we see a lot of value in having, we run Gigamon on Gigamon. So we have Gigamon hardware in our offices. We have Gigamon tooling in our clouds. And we believe that there's a lot of really great value in that data, but it wasn't contextualized with our other data. So it's hard to understand, how do I make an action out of this? This gives me interesting information, but how do I tie it in to the things that I'm more used to seeing that trigger an investigation, right? So that it's that desire of really wanting that deep observability that Gigamon could give you, but needing a place to put it that was cost effective, right? And our SIEM just wasn't that. So that was one of the large things pushing us forward. The other part is just in general, I believe that the best way for a security team to communicate out is to democratize the data that they can. I'll give you an example. HR is a partner of security and IT regularly, right? And one of the big places that we interface is offboarding. And one of the things that's often regularly healthy to track is, how long from offboarding ticket to offboarding did things happen? There's some important metrics that HR should care about as well as security and IT. If you can holistically combine your data, so the idea is, a data lake is a place where it's not just security data, but it can be additional data. We can give access to that information, right? Most people love a scoreboard, right? If you tell your HR team, hey, I don't hear from you enough, or hey, those tickets are slow, that's one thing. If you have a dashboard that says it takes 1.7 days to get an offboarding ticket for someone who's leaving, or, you make them care by contextualizing the information and giving them a place to look so they can see improvements and that sort of thing. So the security data lake isn't just to benefit the security team. Hopefully it is to give a way to share what we're doing out with the rest of the team and contextualize our data with their data.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, look, let's take a couple of questions. I mean, Brian, you're so enthusiastic. I know you could talk forever on this one, but I mean, let's just take a couple of questions from the audience. So I've got a question from Danush, and he's asking, in terms of dashboarding or other analytic tools, what can we support now using this security lake approach?
Absolutely. Yeah, there are some great tools. And so I told you I kind of come from a background where I've worked with some really talented data teams. Some of them have built tools internally to do it. That's totally an option. Another big part of the market that's really come out that we're going to focus on here is XDR. And that's a tool literally made to lay over your data lake and help you get some SIEM type functionality out of your data lake. There are open source ones. You can look at OpenXDR. They have a great compilation of the open source tools that you can use for XDR. There are some paid tools like Panther and Huntress that do some really great work. So what the XDR tools hope to help you deal with is, if you're not familiar with the data lake and you're putting a ton of data into it, but you don't have a dedicated data team to help you build internal tooling, Panther, Huntress, OpenXDR, all these XDR tools are designed to give you a familiar interface that lays over the data and help you work with the data without needing a principal data scientist and all this sort of stuff to help you. So it's great if you can have them and they can They can give you some great additional insights, but it's also, security teams like to be able to self-serve, and XDR tools really help with that.
Right. Absolutely. And there was something in there I just want to make sure that we highlight. So, where organizations are concerned about the cost of the SIEM and they're looking to drive this down, implementing a data lake is going to help with the actual costs there. But then there are some very, very good and now very sophisticated open source tools that you can use with these data lakes that'll, again, help you contain cost.
Absolutely.
So we've been talking about AWS, obviously one of Gigamon's largest partners and the company that we're using to implement our own security data lake. What about plans for the future? Because AWS may be the 800-pound gorilla, but they're not the only game in town.
Well, I think the beauty of a data lake type tool versus a SIEM, when you have a SIEM, you basically have block storage, you have some compute and some analytics on top of it, right? We're sort of decoupling these things, and we're taking your storage and pulling it out. There's some amount of compute on it, but just the leanest amount that you can get to be able to query this data lake. And you're splitting off the more advanced compute and analytics into your own tooling. That makes you less dependent on what you're using for whatever your large storage is, right? The tools where you're really customizing things are the tools that lay on top of it. And these would be like your XDR tools or your internally developed tools. To me, the beauty of the data lake is we're decoupling some of we all know it's hard to move in SIEMs, right? Because you get locked in. I believe that the move to data lake and the move to decoupling your data with the analytics portions of it allows you to be more flexible and move around. And the nice thing about most of these data lake tools is they'll tell you from the beginning that you'll be able to get your data out of it. That's part of the pitch they give you is, hey, you're not going to be locked into this forever.
Yeah, that's another critical thing, isn't it? I mean, not only is it about cost, it's about lock-in. I mean, one of the things very few organizations like is to feel they're locked into a particular solution.
Absolutely.
All right, so look, we've covered a lot of ground. We could keep talking, I know, but we do need to wrap things up. So one of the things that I'd like to invite people to do as a means to follow up is you can obviously visit the website. There's a good amount of information there. But we also have our annual user event, which is called Visualize, coming up in the middle of September. And at that, we're going to be discussing a couple of things. We'll be discussing the AWS Security Data Lake and also, teaser alert, other non-AWS data lake options that are going to be available to customers. And we'll also, as I kind of mentioned earlier on, we're going to be introducing a new approach to how you handle decrypted data, particularly cloud decrypted data. Many organizations are very frustrated with their existing decryption mechanisms. We've been working with this for a long time. And as Brian said, Gigamon's a bit late into the security game in many cases, or in many ways. One of the benefits is we can learn from what other people have done and build a better mousetrap. So if you're interested in either data lakes or decryption, I'd really encourage you to attend Gigamon Visualize in the early fall, where we'll be making announcements around those two areas and going deep on both of them. But for now, Brian, thanks. Great to be able to talk to you outside of the office and to learn more about what Gigamon's doing. I'm glad we have a mutual, maybe not interest, but a mutual knowledge of Hadoop. And I'll sign off from there. Thanks again, Brian.
Thank you, Martin.
Well, thanks to you both. What a great conversation. I felt like I was just sitting in on a roundtable discussion between two really incredible experts. And that's such a nice way to take in information, sometimes getting out of the more formal presentations and just chatting about this information is really cool. And, Martin, you said that you could tell how passionate Brian was, and that really came through from both of you. So a really enjoyable chat for all of us. And I know the audience really enjoyed it as well. We got a ton of great questions. Thank you for answering a few of those. And I think Martin is going to stick around a little bit longer and answer some questions over live chat. So keep those questions rolling in, and we'll make sure that we get some answers to you. Now, if you're looking for a little bit more information right away, as you know, one great way to do that is just to click on the poll. So you have a poll up on your screen right now. Make sure you click, let the Gigamon team know how they can follow up with you, what additional information they can send your way. And then a second way to get some more info right away is to head on over to the Handouts tab. You can download the PDF, What is Deep Observability? So it's going to explore how you can identify those unseen threats that might be lurking. Has some really great info, and I have to say there are some pretty funny pictures. And let's be honest, who doesn't love a little fun while they learn? So go ahead and make sure you've got that handout downloaded. Hold on to that to read a little bit further after we wrap. While you're clicking on the poll, you're downloading the handout, you're getting in those last burning questions that are fighting through your brain right now, because I know there's a lot. I'm going to go ahead and give away a prize. So we are going to do another $300 Amazon gift card, and this is going to go to a lucky winner who is here live and present with us at the MegaCast. And our very next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card today is Richard Costello of Ohio. Richard Costello of Ohio, congrats on your $300 Amazon gift card. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap up the webinar. Now, don't forget, folks, if you're feeling a little sad and dejected right now, there are lots more chances to win a prize today. Plus, we have that best question gift card from each session. Plus, we have tons more to come. We have all these other presentations and experts coming up. So if you're feeling sad, shake it off, because more prizes, more sessions, more awesomeness, all coming your way. Speaking of which, let's move on to our next awesome presentation here. And I'm really excited about this one because it's going to be mostly a demo. So very excited to introduce you all to our next presenter on today's MegaCast. And this is genuinely such a pleasure because we are going to be chatting with the Rubrik team. And I love the presentations from Rubrik. This is Valentin Cantu, Solutions Engineer. Now, Valentin, I'm very happy to welcome you, as I said, because we're going to spend your entire session in a demo. And that is so cool to get to see a solution in action. So I will stop talking and hand things over to you, Valentin. Take it away. The platform is all yours.
So today I'm going to be presenting Rubrik Security Cloud. So Rubrik Security Cloud is our hyper-converged software-defined data management platform. And this offers cloud scale with no limits, with instant data search and instant data access. So legacy protection architectures have always suffered from complexity and in turn cost due to aspects such as multiple console roles, rudimentary jobs and scheduling, and even component failures. Plus, they often fail to provide guidance on how to utilize cloud economics and make the process of migrating to the cloud or backing up data over the cloud difficult as a result. And in the event of VM failures, or even a ransomware attack, finding a clean recovery point can be a challenge. So Rubrik Security Cloud was designed to solve all of these issues. In short, Rubrik Security Cloud, better known as RSC, aims to provide security for your data, protect your most mission critical backups, and simplify the recovery process from a ransomware attack, for example. On-premise workloads are logically air-gapped. The data is not presented on the network via any recognized format, NFS or SMB. And cloud is also logically air-gapped, meaning that they're separate from the customer's tenant, and any interaction with the customer's tenant won't affect the Rubrik side. So because we prioritize simplicity, our service level agreement policy engine, better known as our SLA policy engine, architecture eliminates the need for constant monitoring or fixing broken backup jobs, helping to reduce operational costs. So when we first connect to RSC, we're brought here to the global dashboard. So this is 100% front-end code, so there's nothing to install, no plugins or agents needed. And I love this because we can clearly see all of the critical information needed to ensure the health of your enterprise data. Each tile shows the most pertinent info needed for data management and inspection for every phase of the Rubrik data lifecycle. Plus, we can hover over these tiles right here, and they give us more insights, such as cluster statistics, anomaly alert, and a summary of tasks in the past 24 hours. And if you need to dig deeper, you can go ahead and drill into any of these. And this capability can help you easily access more detailed information on any of these tiles here. So overall, the dashboard serves as a comprehensive management panel for all your on-prem and cloud backups. So before we jump into the bread and butter of what Rubrik Security Cloud is, which are the creating SLAs, I want to quickly touch upon our commitment to security in Rubrik Security Cloud. So security is our top priority, which is why we take a zero trust approach to protect and limit access to your dashboard. To ensure the security of your data, we offer a range of options. So we can go over here to our settings, go down to security. So We leverage SSO to establish a SAML 2.0 connection with your preferred ID provider. IP whitelisting to restrict access to trusted IP addresses or ranges. MFA to bolster your security posture. Any SAML 2.0 applications such as Windows, Google Authentication, Okta, or Duo would work in this place. And even account lockout. You can enforce account lockout to safeguard against brute force attacks on single user accounts by limiting the number of login attempts. So let's go ahead and jump back to the dashboard. So I'd love to show you how we can protect all of these objects by creating and using SLA domains. So with SLA domains, you can specify your desired state for data protection and apply it to physical or virtual workloads. And this results in an intuitive policy engine that handles all the details for you. You can set your recovery point objective requirement, retention periods, archive targets, and replication targets for near zero RTO requirements. And you just let Rubrik handle the rest. So to create an SLA domain, all we got to do is jump over right here. This is going to be our app tray. We jump over to data protection. And we can select SLA domains here. So out of the box, we have our gold, silver, and bronze SLA domains. So these are pre-built and you can easily create your own to meet your own business needs. As you can see, this is a shared demo environment. So everybody's gone and created an SLA domain that fits their customers' business needs to show off on the dashboard here. So I highly recommend classifying your assets to make sure that the right data is being backed up as frequently as it should be. Frequency and retention should correlate to how important the asset is as a rule of thumb. So let's go ahead and see how to easily set all of this up. So let's go ahead and click on create an SLA domain. It's going to give you a quick summary of what you're about to do. And then we choose the type of object we want to protect. You can choose multiple objects, no problem. And as you can see, these are going to be our physical workloads. We can protect all of these different objects. And our cloud workloads are down here. And we even have our Microsoft 365 offering as well. Please reach out if you'd like more information on how you can protect your Microsoft 365 environment with Rubrik. For now, let's go ahead and choose vSphere virtual machines. So here we can define the frequency we want to back up at and the retention period of the data we're protecting. So some common settings to use are, let's say, every 4 hours for 1 day, 1 daily for 30 days, 1 monthly for about a year, and a year or 3 years. So this workflow here is meant to fix what is usually a very manual process of creating all of these tasks separately for multiple types of workloads. Once you create this SLA domain, it can be applied to multiple types of workloads. Also, I'd like to point out that specifying snapshot window is completely optional. You can specify the time you'd like the backup to happen, but we give you the option not to worry about managing the backup policy every single day. Instead, just leave it to the underlying AI model that handles a lot of the automation for Rubrik to pick the best time that uses the least compute in your environment. Next, we can enable archiving here so that long-term retention storage can be as cost-effective as it needs to be. This can be any public cloud provider for object storage, private cloud, or even an on-premise NFS local targets. So we can select the cluster and target where archiving to. So this could be one of the big three, right? Google, Azure, or AWS. The only requirement Rubrik has is that the archive target is an S3 bucket. And the retention period, you want to keep it on premise and then push it to the cloud. Next, we can enable replication from one Rubrik cluster to a replication site. So a disaster recovery site, ideally one that's geographically removed from the primary site. And you can choose how long you want to keep it at that replication target. You choose the slider, but I love to mention that, hey, you can also use right here, these text box in case you can't get the slider to get there, just on your own. So here we can go ahead and press next. And we'll see any specific details. So for example, for a VM, We can also enable continuous data protection on the objects we selected for point-in-time recoveries for the lowest recovery point objective possible for you. This is accomplished via change block tracking under the hood. I recommend reserving this for your most critical workloads as it can get computationally expensive. So something to look out for there. Then we can simply name, give it an optional description, confirm that everything looks good here, and we press create. I won't be creating my own SLA domain today, but I'm glad I got to show exactly how that's done. So now that we have created an SLA domain, we can begin to protect all of our objects. So we can find all of our objects here in our data protection tool if we click on inventory. So here we can see a rundown of the objects that we can protect. So we can filter by data center. So that's going to be anything that's on-prem, vSphere, VMware, SQL, Oracle DBs, NAS, Linux hosts, even Nutanix. We can go over to cloud. So that's going to be your Azure, AWS, and GCP workloads. And finally, any SaaS, which would be Microsoft 365 for now, with more coming in the future. So for example, let's go back over here. Let's click on vSphere here. You'll see a list of virtual machines, folders, cluster hosts, and even tags. And the cool thing about this is that by assigning an SLA domain at any of these hierarchies, you can automatically apply a protection policy to everything beneath them, basically automating the whole process and saving you tons and tons of time. So to assign an SLA to an object, we can simply select one, or we can select many. No issues there. And then click on Manage Protection. And then choose a desired SLA. So I'm going to go ahead and go with, let's do gold actually. And a little pro tip here, you can skip the whole creating an SLA and then coming over here, you can actually reverse that order. You can come to your inventory first and you can create an SLA domain straight from here if needed. So just a little pro tip I like to share. So all we got to do, click the SLA we want, and then all we have to do is confirm. And after we press assign, our objects are now protected. If you want to view the statistics, and here I'm going to show off the search function here where you can search for any VM in your environment. If you want to view the statistics of a specific object, such as a virtual machine, you can go ahead and search for it by name. So I've got a favorite one that I'm going to go ahead and search for here. And here we are. And here we can see the assigned SLA, the capacity of the object, and any other details the object may have. So now, if we want to recover an object, it's going to be within this pane right here. This calendar view right here, we can see all of our possible recovery points. The green check mark represents a successful point-in-time snapshot. We can go ahead and select one of these. And then we can select a particular time, a particular snapshot that we want to recover by hovering over here, and it's going to be on the right-hand side. All we got to do is click recover, and this brings up our recovery options. So you can choose the option that best fits for your recovery needs. For example, we have instant recovery, live mounting. So that's going to be similar to instant recovery. The key difference is the integrity of the VM snapshot is not altered during live mount functions. We can export. So an export creates a new VM from a point-in-time copy of the source VM. The chosen ESXi host allows the section of the data store for the recovered VM. We've got file level recovery as well, if we want to recover any files. So where the Rubrik cluster provides file level recovery of files and folders from any local snapshot, replica, or archival snapshot that was successfully indexed. We can also go ahead and place the snapshot on legal hold if we have to, change the retention period of the snapshot, or we can view it in our ransomware investigation tool. And when any kind of event, such as a recovery action, for example, is kicked off, that event gets logged. That's going to be right here. So this gives us a log of everything that's happened with this VM. And we can see events specific to this object when we navigate over to the events pane right here, as I've shown. and we can go ahead and see all events. If we come over here to the top ribbon, click on events, this shows us everything. And here we can filter everything that's gone on in the environment. And here we can go ahead and filter by time range, cluster name, the severity, status, event type, and object type. And so let's go ahead and filter by anomaly under event type. So here's a quick way to see, what exactly is wrong with your environment. Instead of scrubbing through a long log, we can go ahead and filter to find exactly what we need. So clicking on a specific event, such as this one up here, opens up a details pane where we can investigate our snapshot, which takes us over to a ransomware monitoring tool. So by clicking investigate snapshot, boom, now we're in our ransomware monitoring tool. Another way to get to the ransomware monitoring tool is through the app tray. So to demonstrate how our ransomware monitoring tool works, let's say a virtual machine has been attacked. So under the hood, what's happening is our platform takes a snapshot of that virtual machine and indexes it to create a baseline for the data's behavior. Then it compares the index to a subsequent snapshot. If any files have been created or modified, our pre-built AI model that's been trained by, countless, it's easily over 800 samples of data. It's been trained extremely well, and I cannot stress that enough. It's trained to recognize the difference between normal user activity, large-scale changes in data, and an actual encryption attack. So this reduces the rate of false positives. It also won't miss the one thing most attackers do today, encrypting the data. This means you'll get detection from your last line of defense and know exactly which servers and files were encrypted. We want to know what to recover in the event of a ransomware attack for the following reasons, right? Knowing what was affected almost in real time helps you pinpoint the items that you need to recover with relative ease. And knowing what is safe to recover helps prevent reinfection. So our ransomware monitoring tool also helps you discover the full scope of the damage and presents it to you through an intuitive visualizations in our user interface. This capability is native to our platform as well. So no data is sent to a third party for scanning. So this improves speeds and results in detection within minutes. And not only that, it reduces the vectors of attack. We can also integrate with SIEM and SOAR tooling if needed. And in our ransomware investigation tool here, we can see that many suspicious files have been detected. So to recover to a clean point, let's go ahead and drill in here, and I'm going to show off how granular we can go ahead and get to see what exactly is going on. So if we want to go ahead and recover to a certain spot, to a clean recovery point, we can select the machine or drill down to a folder or file level, as I've done here with this HR department folder. And all we got to do is click recover. So this built-in AI model will automatically suggest the most recent clean point to recover to. As you can see up here, this is the name of the virtual machine, and this is the cleanest point to recover to, which looks like yesterday at around 6:37 p.m. So because we already have a list of the encrypted files, only those files will be recovered. So good data is never overwritten, reducing your recovery time. So in short, our ransomware monitoring tool simplifies the restore process to just a few clicks, eliminating the need for scripting or costly downtime due to slow restores. So what we do, right, is we identify an alert when encryption events occur, as well as identify the blast radius, what was affected. And why should you care, right? The ability to assess what data has been exposed and faster indication of what to recover in the event of attack is invaluable in moments of a ransomware attack. So how Rubrik does it better is we leverage our metadata to inspect the rate of change, interrogating any suspicious files to search for potential encryption events. So this turnkey solution is delivered via SaaS application with no impact of reduction or endpoint agents, and integrates with existing security tools, SIEM and SOAR tools seamlessly. You simply tell us what you want to cover, where you want to recover it to. As you can see, here are recovery options. We can go in and download the contents of this folder. We can overwrite the original. We can recover to a separate folder, or we can export it entirely to a different virtual machine. You simply tell us what you want to recover, where you want to recover to, and go in and click a button. Rubrik takes care of the rest. So imagine that an attacker has stolen your data and has threatened to release it, right? So the first question you'll likely ask is, what have they stolen? So without Rubrik, honestly, it can be hard to tell. You can infer what the minimum impact might be based on what the attacker accessed, but it's still a guessing game. However, with Rubrik, we can tell you exactly what the attacker encrypted. If they encrypted it, then they obviously had access to the data. The next question is, what was in that data? Rubrik can help with that too, thanks to our built-in sensitive data discovery solution. So if we navigate over to our data discovery dashboard, we can see a high-level overview of the sensitive data that you own. So I'd like to show you how Rubrik classifies your data. And to do that, we can go over to the Management tab and jump over into Analyzers. So here, as you can see, we have over 60 now different compliancy analyzers out of the box for all common data types, with the ability to add your own custom analyzers using regex as well. We can then, over here, if we jump back over to policies, we can create a policy by choosing a custom set of analyzers to classify the data in each object we add to the policy. So newfound data in each snapshot will be classified on an ongoing basis. We can then assign the policy. So let's go here. We can go ahead and click California, go next. We can assign it to one or more objects. So this then searches through all the data being backed up every day and informs the user of the sensitive data found in those files, on those servers, etc. So there's no learning curve for all this, because this isn't some new piece of complicated software that you had to add on to your current environment. This just runs against the backups, all through Rubrik. So let's go over into our Objects tab over here, so I can show you how we made sensitive data discovery even more awesome than it already was. So by drilling into one of these objects, I'm going to go down here and sort by high risk. Let's go ahead and do this one. We can go ahead and see exactly what folders and files are in these objects right here, in these objects that we protected, the classification of sensitive data that they hold. And you can see this goes and changes depending on how far down the chain we go. And it even tells you which users have access to this data. So you can limit access and further bolster your security posture. In short, sensitive data discovery does three things exceptionally well. It tells you what kind of sensitive data you have, where your data lives, and if it is exposed, and who has access to that sensitive data. So with the power of both our ransomware investigation and sensitive data discovery tools, we can be sure that, at least in this example, ransomware is in the system and sensitive data is in the blast radius of the attack. The next tool in our arsenal I want to show off is Rubrik's threat hunting capabilities. So let's go ahead and jump over to our ransomware monitoring tool. Jump over to investigations and jump over to threat hunts right here. So threat hunting allows us to inspect systems without actually having to bring those systems up. This is extremely useful, in the god-awful case that there ever be a ransomware event, right? Having this tool is vital. It is extremely, extremely essential to be able to view exactly what kind of threat is in your system. So I can immediately start a threat hunt with a click of a button. And here we can specify any indicators of compromise based on YARA rules, file hashes, or file pattern. Using these indicators of compromise, we can perform a deep scan of all the backups in the time series to rapidly identify the blast radius of the attack, find the data we need to quarantine, and the best point in time to recover to. In this instance here, we've gone ahead and completed a file pattern run, as you can see right here. And we can see that matches based on the file pattern run of infections going all the way back to, well, yesterday, February 21st, right? Oh, that's the latest match snapshot. Actually, the earliest match snapshot is going to be February 17th. So it goes all the way back in the time series and lets you know when that sketchy behavior first started happening. So after performing the threat hunt, you can go ahead and quarantine a file by selecting the object with snapshots that matched the indicator of compromise and quarantine them. So this will apply the quarantine to all the matched files or the selected files, because we can go ahead and dig deeper into the file path if necessary to go ahead and quarantine certain files if necessary. So when a file within a set of snapshots is quarantined, users who do not have the recovery quarantine files and snapshot privileges are prevented from recovering the file or recovering the VM image containing that quarantine file. And users are able to perform file recoveries of non-quarantine files. So quick recap on our threat hunting capabilities. So what we do, we offer the ability to threat hunt. We leverage YAR rules, file hashes, and file patterns to detect indicators of compromise. Why should we care? Quickly leveraging these indicators of compromise to determine compromised systems, this prevents the likelihood of reinfection drastically. And how Rubrik does it better is Rubrik's threat hunting capabilities are built into the platform. No third-party dependence, and in effect, no created vectors of attack. So now I'd like to show you how we can automate the process of recovering your data. So if we jump over to orchestrated recovery right here, orchestrated recovery is one of the tools in RSC used to enable orchestrated and automated recovery of applications running in VMware vSphere virtual machines, for example, and its current recovery capabilities include automated and orchestrated crash consistent application failover and failback, failover testing to an isolated network predefined by the customer in vSphere, of course, local in-place recovery, as well as compliance reporting that affects the actions of each recovery job in detail. So these actions are coordinated in each protected application with user-defined recovery plans that can be created using this button right here. So in terms of RTOs, how do we get you online as fast as we can? It's with the concept called hydration. If you start replicating between data clusters, today we replicate full and then incrementals after that first pull. In terms of RPO, we can use your snapshots as you have them defined today, and orchestrated recovery integrates with continuous data protection for your most important workloads, meaning that you can get down to about a 60-second RPO. I've personally even seen sub 60-second RPOs. As an operator, you can always see in the UI if your disaster recovery site is lagging and see the health of everything that's ongoing, which, data observability is one of the fundamentals that we pride ourselves upon and is extremely useful in this regard. So for failover and failback, it's just 2 clicks and done. It's 1 click to power off the VMs and then another click. Power off the VMs on production rather, and then we'll ask you if you're really sure before we fail over. So you can click again to confirm, and then failback is just the inverse of that. And of course, we'll provide in the product the compliance reporting you need, including reporting that comes after you do any test in your test bubble environment, for example. So when would you use orchestrated app recovery? So you can use it for traditional disaster recovery. So that could be outages due to admin error, power outages, hurricanes, fires, etc. So you can execute an in-place or remote failover, depending on the circumstances, to recover the environment. You can also use it for recovery from a ransomware attack. You can execute an in-place or remote failover. So that's going to depend on the circumstances as well to recover your environment. And you can also recover from regular software patching. That's one thing a lot of organizations don't consider. Sometimes Windows releases a bad patch and you got to roll back, right? So if software patching fails or causes issues, you can execute a predefined blueprint to an in-place recover to a pre-patch snapshot. All right. Last but not least, I want to show off our data security command center. So here at Rubrik, we want customers to be confident in improving their data security posture. This is why we've created the Data Security Command Center. It inspects your system to make sure that all necessary steps are taken to constantly improve your data security posture. This shows you where you can improve. As you can see down here, it's much like a credit score in that sense, right? And you could drill in, and it even provides calls to action on how you could best bolster your security posture. So for example, if we went ahead and responded to this call of action here and took the action, right, our score would be impacted by a third. So definitely something to consider. And it's great that it tells you exactly what you need to do to better bolster your security posture. So as we wrap up this demonstration, I want to emphasize why our customers are making the switch to Rubrik. It's not about building a better, faster Foxtrap and replacing backup. Better backup, that's an issue that's already been solved, and tons of companies do it well. And I must admit, Rubrik does it the best. So at Rubrik, we really want to emphasize that we prioritize security in all of our discussions, starting with leadership and extending to security teams. Our goal is not only to protect data, but to empower our customers with data resilience, observability, and remediation. We understand that data protection is more than just backups. It's about building a strong foundation for your organization's data management strategy. So thank you for joining me today on this journey, on this demo. Remember, with Rubrik, you don't just back up, you go forward. So let us help you build a data management strategy that helps your business thrive. And let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for that incredible demo. I love that, being able to really dig in and see how a solution is going to work. I hope that you guys all enjoyed that as much as I did. I see some great questions coming in. Jeffrey says, great demo. I totally agree. I saw Venkat saying how interesting he thought it was as well. Just a really cool thing to have that opportunity. So I'm glad that we all got to go through that together. Now, Valentin and I decided that we were going to go a little long on the demo, which means we don't have time to stop for some live Q&A. So we are going to keep things moving, but the Rubrik team is here with us, so they are going to be answering questions on live chat. So if you're getting those questions in, you will get some responses back either today or in email follow-up. So please get those questions in and take a second now and fill out the poll. So you want to let Rubrik know what additional information you would like to get after we wrap up our webinar today. So there's a great opportunity to have some follow-up. You saw a really incredible demo. You want to do a little bit of reading. Maybe you want to do a little bit more individualized demo. All of these options are available to you. So click on that poll right now and get that rolling. You're also going to want to head on over to the Handouts tab. Make sure you get the technical white paper, the Rubrik Guide to the Public Cloud. This paper is going to give you an overview of the technology and how it works, but also, and really importantly, what is the impact that it can have for you? How can this actually work for your organization? So download that, save that to read after we wrap today. I'm still seeing some great kudos and high fives rolling in. Thanks for that, Sandy, as well. I love that when a presentation resonates with the audience. That's always fun for us too. So that's awesome. Keep those kudos coming. Keep those good vibes rolling. And speaking of good vibes, how about a prize giveaway? Let's do both this time. So we're going to do a $300 Amazon gift card, and we are going to do a Kindle Scribe. So I will start out with the $300 Amazon gift card, and I'll remind you one more time that you do need to be here live and present at the MegaCast. All right, our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card today is Robert Maldonado of Texas. Robert Maldonado of Maldonado. That's what it is, Maldonado. I got it in the end. Robert Maldonado of Texas, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. And the next winner of a Kindle Scribe who's here with us today is Jessica Morales of Texas. Nice name, Jessica. Jessica Morales of Texas, you have won a Kindle Scribe. Congratulations. Now, we will be in touch with all of our winners after we wrap today. I do want to remind you again that there's still a chance to win lots of prizes, as well as that $50 Amazon gift card for the best question asked. So keep those questions coming in. All right, well, we are going to keep things rolling right along here in the MegaCast because we have As you can see, another powerhouse team. What a day. I love this. We have all these incredible teams here, which is so fun. You get to get that little interplay between our speakers and get those extra insights. So double the fun is what we're going with today. And we will be chatting with Chris Bilodeau, Technical Marketing Engineer, and Tom Baumgartner, Product Marketing Umbrella at Cisco. All right, so the Cisco crew, Chris and Tom, thank you both so much for being here at the MegaCast Day at Cloud Security Fest 2023. We are excited to hear from you both. The platform is all yours. Take it away.
So, a family member said to me recently, I don't really understand what generative AI is. Do you? And I thought about it and I was like, well, I didn't really have an answer other than, yeah, pretty much. But for this particular person, that wasn't a very helpful answer. So I thought to myself, can I really explain it well enough to legitimately answer the question? And when I realized that I couldn't, I decided to change that. So here, for anybody else who might not want to ask the question out loud, but might be thinking about it and keeping it to themselves, let's answer it, at least in the context of this webinar. First, at a high level, an artificial intelligence system takes natural language input prompts from someone like any of us here today, and it generates the kinds of output that you can see here in response to it. The processing of these prompts is known as prompt engineering, which uses what's called prompt learning to generate tasks. It converts the tasks to prompt-based datasets, and it trains a large language model to produce those outputs. It was OpenAI in 2019 that created the open source large language model called Generative Pre-trained Transformer, or GPT for short. Okay, now raise your hand, even if I can't see it, if you knew that GPT stood for Generative Pre-trained Transformer before now. Come on, be honest. All right, and thank goodness for three-letter acronyms, right? Models like this are what take that input data, like the text, the images, the other media, to generate the outputs. Outputs like a college essay, software source code maybe, possibly a marketing plan. Basically, things that make life easier for us human beings and sometimes make us seem really clever and smart. They all fall into the category of machine learning. And today, OpenAI's ChatGPT, its variant Bing Chat, which is a chatbot that was also built by OpenAI, and Google Bard are a few of the most used generative AI systems. This article from Forbes covers how business leaders can leverage ChatGPT to enhance their business, but by doing it in the right way, following 4 ethical principles. Do no harm, which also includes preventing harm, make things better, be fair and care, and respect others, which includes telling the truth, protecting confidentiality, and keeping promises. This blog post from Salesforce covers 3 ways that generative AI will reshape customer service for the better, including improved personalization, faster case resolution, and a more positive customer experience, all similar pros to what I mentioned just a moment ago. On the other hand, in spite of good intentions, workers at Samsung caused one of the better known negative news stories just this past April when they inadvertently leaked private company information via ChatGPT, which led Samsung temporarily banning employee use of generative AI tools on not just company-owned devices, but also on non-company-owned devices that are running on internal networks. And an even more recent but somewhat similar example is the story about how cyber attackers figured out a way to use the code generation capabilities of ChatGPT to spread malicious packages in developers' environments. But the Samsung example is good reason for information security officers everywhere to scrutinize the risks of similar data leakage events happening in their organizations. As their organizations try to leverage AI to increase efficiency and stay on the bleeding edge of innovation, they must ask themselves, how do I allow my employees to use generative AI tools like ChatGPT to be more productive, while I ensure that they don't accidentally put sensitive enterprise or customer data into the wrong hands? Cisco Umbrella can help. With threat intelligence from Cisco Talos and a single management interface, Umbrella is a robust, cloud-native, and cloud-delivered solution that integrates DNS layer security, secure web gateway for full web proxy, outbound firewall, remote browser isolation, and a cloud access security broker that includes malware detection, data loss prevention, and advanced application discovery and control functionality. It is often said that the first purpose of a cloud access security broker is to enable visibility of shadow IT activity so that security admins can better understand which cloud applications its organization's users are accessing or just simply trying to access. This is the first use case for ChatGPT risk mitigation that Cisco Umbrella addresses. Umbrella includes ChatGPT in its application database for discovery purposes, and it designates it as a high-risk application because of how easily corporate intellectual property and other sensitive information can be leaked through it. An admin can see who is using it, or again, trying to use it, how frequently it's happening, and where. Assessing ChatGPT risk is going to be unique to every organization because it's largely based on that organization's risk appetite or its risk policies, and therefore what the ChatGPT users are trying to do with it. Some organizations are more risk averse than others, so their risk assessment will be different from an organization that is more risk tolerant. And we'll go further into this topic in the coming few minutes. Besides ChatGPT usage being discoverable within Umbrella, it's also controllable thanks in part to a new AI control category, and it can be blocked through both Umbrella's DNS layer security policy and its secure web gateway policy. Heavily regulated and risk-averse organizations that often have numerous compliance requirements will find this capability particularly helpful, as will many software companies that need safeguards in place to protect source code. Finally, being able to ensure safe ChatGPT usage, and more importantly and specifically, determining for what purposes to allow it, can increase employee productivity without sacrificing data security. Umbrella's data loss prevention functionality provides this clarity to help thoughtfully mitigate ChatGPT risk. There's no question that generative AI tools' prevalence will increase over time, accompanied by constant scrutiny of the risks and the rewards of leveraging them. By having correctly configured data loss prevention rules in Umbrella, information security officers and administrators alike can enjoy peace of mind, knowing that ChatGPT usage is happening in such a way that the risk of confidential company information being leaked is effectively mitigated. Okay, so enough talk and enough pictures. Let's get to the demo already. And for that, I'll hand things over to you, Chris.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tom. We're going to switch over to my screen here. And thank you all so much for hanging out with us today. I'm really excited to spend the next 15 or 20 minutes really kind of just digging into those use cases and what they actually look like. Okay, so everything we're going to look at here today is live, right? I don't have a private version of ChatGPT running in my basement, so it's always going to be fun to see what kind of responses we get. And as we mentioned earlier, we don't want to make an assumption about where everyone is with their knowledge and experience. Some of you may be just rock stars and experts and are using ChatGPT every day. And some of you, this is the first time you've really kind of taken a breath and looked into what it is. So here I am logged into my ChatGPT account. And I just want to kind of give some examples of what it's like to interact with ChatGPT. So just start off with something simple, right? Let's ask ChatGPT to tell us a computer joke. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. All right, that's pretty good. I actually like that. Probably not the best use of a cutting edge generative AI model. So let's try and do something maybe a little more realistic, right? Let's ask if we can generate a social media post for a webinar titled AI Risk versus Reward, the CISO Dilemma. If that name sounds familiar, just double check the registration for this webinar later. But we can see as it's going through, it's writing out a nice social media post for us, giving us options where we can plug in the date and time, the location, right? And so this is really kind of cool and awesome because coming up with the first draft of any piece of content is the most difficult. It's a lot easier to edit something after you have something to work with. And so this gives us a really nice, quick, easy way to get to that first draft so we can then edit it, make it more specific, and really reduce the time that it takes us to generate this content. One of the other big use cases that Tom mentioned, of course, was on the programming side. So here, let's ask ChatGPT to generate a Python function to convert from 12-hour to 24-hour time. And we can see that it goes through programming much faster than I ever can, shows us how to use it, and it also gives us, a couple of examples. So this is really really cool and exciting that we can see how fast and easy we can use something like ChatGPT to increase our productivity. In fact, the Samsung example that Tom talked about, one of the ways that the leak happened is that somebody uploaded meeting information, so a recording of a meeting, and asked for a summary, right? So, hey, here's some meeting notes. Can you summarize this, so I can send it up to my boss? And of course, in those meeting notes were sensitive information. And I was considering using an example like that here. And then I was like, oh man, then I'm going to have to generate some fake meeting notes, and that's going to be a lot of work. And then I was like, or I could just ask ChatGPT to. And surprisingly, that worked incredibly well. I just said, hey, create meeting notes for a fictitious meeting, and it spit a whole lot out at me. So it was really kind of cool. So that's just to give kind of a quick overview, of what it actually looks like to interact with ChatGPT. And maybe after seeing that, you're kind of in that use case of like, okay, that's great, that's awesome. It's also terrifying, right? Like there are so many ways that this could be misused intentionally or unintentionally that for right now, I really want to block it, right? And so here I've got set up a little lab for us. So we've got our Umbrella dashboard, and then I've got 2 workstations that we're going to use to emulate client computers. And inside our Umbrella dashboard here, we can go over to our policies and into our DNS policies. And so, obviously we love DNS here at Umbrella because we can just do so much at the DNS layer. And if we can do it at the DNS, then we don't have to go up into any of those higher advanced security controls. Obviously we have them and we're going to take a look at them, but for just blocking an application, doing it at DNS makes a lot of sense. And it makes it really easy to do it, whether the user's on site at headquarters, at a branch site, or even remote. And so here in our policy, we can see that we've created a no AI for Workstation 1 policy. And if I look in my identities, I can see that I've just selected Workstation 1. And then under my application settings, I have this generative AI, and this is using that category that Tom mentioned. You can see that it's one of many categories that we have. So inside Umbrella, when we talk about application discovery, we can actually discover over 20,000 different cloud applications that your users are using. And of course, we're constantly adding to that, like with the generative AI. And if we see under our category here, right, it's not just ChatGPT, but a large number of other generative AI platforms as well. And we can see that we've set those all to block by checking that box. And that's really all there is to creating the policy. Now, I know we haven't gone through the deployment of how you redirect your DNS traffic or all of your traffic to Umbrella. We do have other webinars that cover that. Today, we wanted to really stay focused on how we configure those security policies around AI. But with that, so if we go over to our Workstation 1 and open up our browser, right, we can see if we do an Umbrella test that we are using Umbrella. So we got our nice green banner here. And if I go to browse to chat.openai.com, which is the website for ChatGPT, I get a block from Umbrella that it has been blocked by the network administrator. So awesome, our users can access it. And again, just to kind of reinforce, we're not just picking on ChatGPT. This is, we can also, because we had Bard blocked in there as well, we can see that Bard is blocked. Now, sometimes when I show a demo like this, someone's like, okay, well, I mean, that was, bard.google.com. I can block that on a Raspberry Pi. And that is true. You can block domains on whether it be a Raspberry Pi or another on-prem device. But something to remember is that these websites, these, really cloud applications, don't just use one domain, right? So I've seen applications use 50 or 100 different domains on the back end. And so one of the benefits of Umbrella is that we are managing all of those on the backside and updating them constantly. So you don't have to worry about when an application adds a new domain to the list that they're using. We will update that and it will get blocked automatically. So that's great. That's awesome, right? If we want to completely block ChatGPT or other AI applications so that we have time to kind of figure out, like, what does this mean for my business? What is my risk appetite? But let's say we're in that category of, I see the value of this and I want to be able to allow my users to use it, but I want it used in a safe manner. And that's where those additional security controls come into play. I do want to give just a quick call out to our firewall policy within Umbrella. So Umbrella is a full layer 7 firewall. We also have intrusion prevention, so IPS capabilities, all within the platform. So this allows us to, detect those applications like BitTorrent that don't use specific ports, and they'll try to bounce ports around to make it harder to detect. So we can do all of that in Umbrella. But really, I really want to focus on for today's webinar is our web policy and our data loss prevention policy. So Umbrella is a full secure web gateway or a full proxy. So inside our workstation 2 rule set here, we can see that I have HTTPS inspection enabled, right? And this is what allows us to decrypt that web traffic that is going across port 443 so that we can start to inspect it. And this is really, really key because almost every app out there on the web is using HTTPS now. And so it's all going across port 443. And so we can't see the content of it unless we're able to decrypt it. And decrypting traffic takes a lot of effort when we have lots of users creating lots of traffic. Doing it in a cloud platform like Umbrella means that we don't have to worry about what is the processing speed or the memory capability of my local devices. We just send the traffic to Umbrella, and then we're able to do that there. And that's really important because it allows us to see additional information in the request. So in our example policies here, we can see that I have gambling blocked. But up here, I've created a rule to allow access to gambling.com's About Us page. And so normally, right, we wouldn't be able to do that at the domain layer because we wouldn't see what page they're accessing, just that they're going to gambling.com. But with the secure web gateway, we're able to get that information. And I just wanted to do a quick call out on this because this is the foundation of the technology that allows us to do the ChatGPT data loss prevention. I'll also call out, Tom mentioned our remote browser isolation. This is how easy it is to configure. It's just a rule action within our rule sets. So when you're signing up for your personal demo at the end of the session, be sure to mention that you want to see how that works. But let's really dive into our DLP policy. And before we go into where we actually configure the policy, I want to call out our data classification. So the use case here, right, is I want to allow my users to access ChatGPT, but I want them to do it in a safe way. I want to be able to control the type of data that is submitted. And that's what the DLP allows us to do. We can see here that we have a variety of built-in classifications for common use cases, PCI with credit cards, HIPAA for US health data. And then we can see that I've created a couple of new ones up here as well. One is our source code classification. So this actually recognizes over 20 different types of programming and scripting languages. And then I've also created one called employee data. So one of the really cool things that we can do is say I don't want to block, all email addresses. I just want to make sure that my employees' email addresses aren't uploaded. You can actually use a tool that we have to create hashes of all your data, upload that to Umbrella, right? So we just see the hashes. We don't have the actual data, but then you can choose to restrict that information from going out to ChatGPT or a variety of other platforms. So we call that exact data matching, a very cool technique. And so as we go into our actual DLP policy though, so normally when we talk about DLP, right, we have two different types. We have real-time and then we have SaaS API. So real time is what we're talking about today. So as a user in real time is making a request to ChatGPT, I want to be able to inspect that traffic and block it. SaaS API is where I have data at rest. Maybe it's in WebEx or maybe it's in Microsoft 365. And I want to inspect the data that is sitting at rest in those cloud platforms to make sure it doesn't include data that I don't want leaked. Nice thing about Umbrella is that all of that is integrated into a single policy here, and it uses the same data classifications. So although we're focusing on the real-time rules today, anything that we configure can be configured for SaaS API in exactly the same way. And here I've created two different rules, one that focuses on PCI data, so using that built-in classification, and then the one that we really care about, our top one, our ChatGPT source code and employee data. And we can see here, it's really simple. I just go through, I select the classifiers that I want to check for. I've set it up to be for Workstation 2 just by checking that box. And then I have selected OpenAI, ChatGPT, both their website that we're using today and the API interface as what I want to block. And you can see that my action down here, I can block, or I can choose to monitor that. So maybe I don't want to block it, but I just want to know when it happens. I can choose to do that as well. And that's all there is on the configuration side of this. So if we go over to our Workstation 2 now, I'm just going to give a refresh to make sure that we have a fresh session here. But we can see that we're still able to use ChatGPT. So we can ask it to give us a computer joke again. And we can see that that will go through and we will get a response. Computer went to the doctor because it had a virus and needed some bites. That one's a little more painful. I like the other one better. But we can see that we're connected, right? So I'm able to use ChatGPT for benefit, but I can also make sure, right, that those rules that I used are being applied. So we've set it up to block source code. So here I've got an example function from that question that we did earlier about the 12-hour formatting, going from 12-hour to 24-hour. And so here I'm going to ask ChatGPT to convert that to Go. So, we're using a fairly benign example here with converting to 24-hour, but maybe this is an internal function or an internal script, and we've made the decision as a company that we're going to convert our code over to Go, and that's the new programming language we're going to use. And so I, as a programmer, have just inherited this project. I've got lots of other work that I'm doing, and so I'm like, hey, this is just converting code. I can have ChatGPT do that for me. And unbeknownst to them, right, there is intellectual property in this function that we don't want to be available out on the internet. And so when we go to submit this, Umbrella will actually inspect that. It sees that the request had a source code in it. And then you'll see that ChatGPT actually gets a network error because it's not able to get a response on that because Umbrella blocked it. And so this would be the experience that your users would have. They're able to use it for approved purposes. So for example, asking the joke here, but if they try to submit something that matches one of those DLP rules, then they're going to get this network error, okay? And the great thing about this is whether we're blocking or monitoring, all of this is logged within the Umbrella dashboard. And so if we go into our data loss prevention report, we can see all of the instances that I've created in the past, and the ones from today will show up as well, and we can click into them and get information about that request. And so we can see what rule was triggered. We can actually see the exact request that was sent. So here we can see the convert the following code to Go. We can see what components were identified. And so this is really great because we can not only block it, but we can see what the actual request was. If I go to another one that I created when prepping, we can see this was the employee data classification. So we can see that the email address and IP address, that was that explicit data that I uploaded for exact data match, is matched here. And we also censor that, right? So we're not showing the data even to an admin that may not be authorized to see it. So we have an auditor role that can be used to see all of that data. And so hopefully this just gives you a really nice overview of kind of what it's like to interact with ChatGPT, what some of those benefits are, but then also the ways that we can control it so that we can allow safe usage of it so we can get the productivity benefits, but still make sure that we're protecting our companies. And with that, Tom, I'm going to hand it back over to you.
All right, Chris, thank you. Let me get back to my screen here. And let's talk about some next steps. So if you're interested in watching this webinar again, you can go to this URL here up at the top, and it's just that simple. Please give it another whirl if you've got the time or the interest. You can also schedule a custom product demo, so something even better than what Chris just shared, that's specific to your unique needs. And you can learn about the different Umbrella package options that we offer at this last URL here. There's 4 packages outlined on this page. You'll be able to see how the full Umbrella SIG Advantage package offers all the capabilities that Chris and I have covered today, and you should be able to answer most of your questions on your own thanks to that package comparison. Thank you very, very much for being with us today. We hope this was time well spent for you, and hope to see you again on a future webinar. Thanks.
Agreed, and thank you so much to both of you, to Chris, to Tom, for that presentation, the demo. Again, as we were just kind of saying, the demos are really fun, and I think it's great in this case. We got to see things in action and then getting a little bit of the context and understanding around how we can utilize that ourselves. So really, really fun, and I am definitely going to be using ChatGPT to generate some dad jokes later. So that's awesome. Thank you again to Chris and to Tom for that. Now, I do want to point out to all of you that we have an option here to click on the poll and ask Cisco for some follow-up. So, you know, those personalized demos, that's a great way to get into this even a little bit more. But also the technical white papers, the case studies, I mean, whatever you have in mind, whatever's going to be helpful for you, just take a moment and click on that poll and let Cisco know how they can follow up with you. Now, another great way to make sure that you get the information that you need is, again, to head on back to that Handouts tab. If you haven't already done that, download the Cisco Cybersecurity Readiness Index. It's really going to jump in and explore a little bit more of that resilience in a hybrid world. So this is a great read, full of information. Be sure that you have that saved and downloaded and set aside so that you can dig into that after we wrap up our webinar today. I'm seeing some great high fives and kudos coming from the audience. I'm so glad you guys are enjoying that. And it sounds like there's a lot of interest. Justin was saying a lot of interest in that ChatGPT side of things. So that was really cool. I agree. Really, really neat to kind of see that in action. All right. Well, while you guys are clicking on the poll, asking some questions, downloading the handouts, I keep giving you so much homework in between all these sessions here. Well, as always, I will give back to you as well. So let's go ahead and do a prize giveaway. We're going to do a $300 Amazon gift card now. And again, you do need to be here live and present with us at the MegaCast in order to win. Our very next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card today is Jesse Pock of California. Jesse Pock of California. We had a Jessica and a Jesse. I swear, I'm not choosing these winners, so this is not a Jessica bias here at all, I promise you. Congratulations to you, Jesse, and as always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap up our MegaCast today. Now, don't forget, folks, lots more chances to win a prize, plus we do have that best question gift card from each session, so keep those questions coming in. But in the meantime, we are going to keep zipping right along in this MegaCast because we have another awesome presentation lined up for you all, and I know that you guys are on the edge of your seats. Now, I know it's been a big day, so if you have not stood up and stretched yet, please do take a second and get that stretch in, wiggle it out a little bit, but don't go far because you're going to want to be here for our next dynamic duo, and that is Nabil Saeed, Senior Product Marketing Manager, and Saurabh Saxena, Group Technical Product Marketing Manager at Okta. This is going to be a great presentation. Nabil and Saurabh, I can't wait to hear more about what's happening at Okta. I know that you've got some really exciting information lined up for us, so I'm going to step back and hand the mic right on over to you. Take it away, team.
And so what we decided to do was take the aggregate sum total of those attack information and compile it into a report that helps businesses and the industry get a sense of what are the sort of attacks that are threatening identity reports, identity applications today. And we have compiled it into our State of Secure Identity report that we do annually. And we'll be talking about some of the results that we saw from last year's report. So to begin with, this report is based on data from Auth0 customers around the world, so it represents real-world observations of identity attacks. The data was retrieved by Auth0 security researchers running a simple and anonymous query against our aggregated database of operational telemetry. And just so you know, the industry segmentations are based upon each customer's self-reported segment. So what do we see? In order to adequately address the security challenges in customer identity access management, we need to take a look first at the attack vectors that commonly threaten identity systems. So the four big trends that we saw this year was that, first of all, fraudulent registrations or sign-up attacks are an ever-present and growing threat. In the first 90 days of 2022, sign-up fraud accounted for approximately 23% of sign-up attempts on our platform. So that's pretty significant. Almost 1 out of every 4 sign-up attempts was fraudulent. And that is up from 15% in the same period last year. Within the various industries, energy and utilities and financial services experienced the highest proportion of sign-up attacks, with such threats accounting for the majority of registration attempts in those two industries. Credential stuffing is on a record pace. 2022, we saw 2 of the largest credential stuffing attacks that we have ever witnessed across all industries. And what we saw was that credential stuffing accounts for more than 1/3 of overall traffic and authentication events on our platform. And while most industries experience a credential stuffing rate of less than 10% of login events, in certain cases, for example, retail and e-commerce, more than 80% of login attempts were credential stuffing. And similarly, financial services and entertainment also saw a majority of login attempts being credential stuffing. The third trend that we saw was that threat actors are targeting multi-factor authentication. Because of its proven merits, more application and service providers are recommending or even requiring MFA. Consequently, the first half of 2022 has seen a higher baseline of attacks against MFA than any previous year in our dataset. As attackers become more sophisticated in targeting this important defensive measure, it's critical that MFA be implemented correctly and the strong secondary factors are chosen. And then finally, the last big trend that we saw this year was the continued growth of breach passwords. We saw almost 58% of our clients experiencing multiple login attempts with breach passwords. And this is the first year that we've actually started measuring this information, but I think it's greatly important because according to last year's Verizon Data Breach Investigation Report, stolen credentials are responsible for almost 90% of web application breaches. So keeping an eye on breach passwords is a new area of focus in ours, and we'll elaborate more on that in next year's report. As I just mentioned, the Verizon report stated that 89%, almost 89% of all web application attacks are caused by credential abuse. Typically, this is caused from credentials that are leaked in third-party breaches and then because so many people are, understandably using using the same password across multiple sites, those accounts also get exposed to threats as well. So let's start with fraudulent registration. In a fake account creation attack, a threat actor abuses the account registration process to create puppet accounts. There are a number of motivations for doing so, but typically the most common is to defraud sign-up incentives, for example, gift cards, cryptocurrency tokens, etc., of new accounts. Other motivations include harming the application provider's ability to deliver services, by exhausting, for example, the namesake of potential users, and thereby preventing legitimate users from registering. Another reason is to gain disproportionate access to something valuable. For example, limited edition sneaker drops or new video game consoles in short supply, etc. Another reason to create a fake account is with the intention of spamming disinformation or hacktivism campaigns. For example, leveraging accounts to participate in comment threads or to amplify messages. And then there's always just, creating a large number of accounts to resell or to use directly. Here's an example of a fraudulent registration attack that we saw this year that we found pretty interesting. So, like many organizations, this company offers an incentive to entice new users to sign up. In this example, the graph shows account creation activity for a US-based company involved in cryptocurrency. As you can see, in this case, the incentive program attracted the attention of a threat actor who attempted to sign up huge numbers of accounts. Now, there are a few potential motivations for doing so, right? Which is you can acquire the crypto tokens directly, using the accounts for money laundering, or reselling the accounts. So what we observed was that the detailed characteristics of the attack, the way that it spikes up so precipitously, clearly indicate that the threat actor leveraged bots in combination with bulk lists of pre-existing email addresses. Over nearly a month, 2 attack phases bombarded the service with fraudulent account creation attempts. During the attack, the number of fake signups outnumbered legitimate ones by a ratio of 1,000:1. So if you look at it from an industry-wide perspective, the previous years are characterized by a generally consistent level of fraudulent registration, punctuated by sudden and significant spikes, including that enormous one you see in purple in 2020. And some of these turn into surges that may last up to a few months, right? Seen in this context, the first half of 2022 doesn't stand out as abnormal. Looking at it industry by industry, the Okta Customer Identity Cloud observed almost 300 million fraudulent account creation attempts on our customer identity platform, which accounted for, as I mentioned, 23% of sign-up attempts, almost 1/4, up from 15% in the same period last year. The energy, utilities, and financial services experienced by far the highest proportion of sign-up attacks, with such threats accounting for respectively 72% and 64.8% of all registration attempts in those two industries. Exactly why these two stand out is unknown, but both cases represent a departure from what was observed during the same period in 2021. Okay, moving on to credential stuffing, everybody's favorite. So a credential stuffing attack is one where you can take a bot and a bulk list of email addresses and password combinations, typically leaked in a third-party breach, and start using various attempts to try to log in and break into an account. So some of the typical ways of doing this is by, for example, by bursting, which is attempting to, up to hundreds of credentials in a short period, right? Or you could, the opposite of that, you can trickle accounts. So just over a given period of time, you have regular logins using a known credential combination. And this is done to bypass things like, rate limits or, IP throttling. And then sprinkling, interspersing known valid credentials into a stream to evade automated detection types. So here's an example of a credential stuffing attack that we saw, right? This financial organization was located in South America, and we had experienced credential stuffing attacks that had lasted for more than 2 months. Within this time frame, the credential stuffing attack, as you can see in pink, was regularly 5 to 10 times higher than legitimate activity, which you can see in blue. So the attacks like this one of the reasons that one of the motivations behind this is that these sort of attacks place a huge strain on the identity infrastructure, which can create latency in your application and friction for your users. The motivation for executing credential stuffing attacks can vary from industry, by industry, from simple theft of personal data in healthcare to refining a list of target credentials that can be sold on the dark web, for example, to access premium content services in media and publishing. And even using these credentials to execute larger attacks. So in this example, what we observed was that in addition to a major jump in the rate of login attempts, these incidents are characterized by sudden and significant increases in failed usernames and failed passwords. So if, for example, if breach password detection is in place, then you may also observe a huge surge in the use of known breach credentials. But what we saw over here was that there was 2 distinct phases of the attack. The first one was in December to February, and then later on also in January to through March, excuse me. So if you're looking at year-over-year trends, the overall rate of credential stuffing attacks increased as 2021 drew to a close, and that this higher level was sustained throughout the first few months of 2022, including an all-time high in mid-January, as you can see in that green spike on the screen. The attack rate also declined to historical levels by mid-March before surging past the record set less than 3 months earlier. So as you can see, since the beginning of April, credential stuffing has dipped below usual levels. And this just further illustrates the enormous variation that can occur over a span of just a few weeks. Typically, we see these sort of spikes correlated with real-world events, such as tax day or holiday shopping season or spring break, any sort of real-world event that can that can trigger the sort of account takeover type activities that we witness. Moving on to by industry breakdown, credential stuffing attacks are the most common threats that we observe, right? In the first 90 days of 2022, we detected almost 10 billion credential stuffing attempts on our platform, representing more than 1/3, 34% of overall traffic authentication attempts. As shown in this graph, these attempts are not evenly distributed across industries. While most industries experience a credential stuffing rate of less than 10%, in several cases, these attacks represented the majority of login attempts. In retail e-commerce, for example, more than 80% of observed login traffic was determined with high confidence to be credential stuffing. And financial services, as well as entertainment industries, also both saw credential stuffing account for more than half of login activity. Moving on to MFA bypass. Right? MFA bypass is one of those attack vectors that more advanced attackers use to target high-value accounts. So that's either by successfully guessing or by putting a script that can run through a various combination of one-time passcodes to figure out the correct authentication code. Or what is also common is to trick or coerce, often by using social engineering, the actual user to complete the MFA challenge, even though they didn't initiate the request. So it could, I've had this experience myself where I'm trying to sell something on Craigslist or online, and immediately I got a text saying, "Oh, I'm interested in your product, but can you just send me this code so that I can further your payment and whatnot?" And so that's an example where a less tech savvy user would just forward that code onto this party, which can then basically log into your account, right? Which are trying to log into your account using your email, and now they have the one-time passcode, so they've successfully bypassed MFA. So this what this graph shows is that it shows malicious events that were part of nearly a month-long attack against a travel site aggregator marketplace based in Europe. While most of the likely motivations are to access reward points or to resell the accounts, travel sites also hold a wealth of personal information, such as travel rewards account numbers, even passport numbers, date of birth, addresses, and these could conceivably be used to track a person's movements. So in this attack, the threat actor was trying to gain access to existing accounts. Now, whether by coincidence or by design, the attack occurred in the lead up to a holiday weekend, which is responsible for a surge in non-malicious traffic, as you can see, in a few European countries, and targeted exactly 50 phone numbers, each of which received over 100 SMS MFA codes between January 31st and February 24th. The large jump in malicious traffic at the end of the attack could represent a last-ditch effort to compromise these targeted accounts, suggesting a high degree of motivation on the part of the attacker. Looking at it year over year, the rate of observed MFA bypass attacks trended upwards as 2021 drew to a close, and included a major spike at the end of December, as you can see there in the pink. The first half of 2022, in green, has seen a higher baseline of attacks than any previous year in the dataset. Now, this could possibly be driven by new attack tools, although a return to previous levels at the end of June could be reason for optimism. And now moving on to breach passwords, a new trend that we're seeing this year and that we're going to continue to monitor in years to follow. So as I mentioned in the opening, we have 58% of our customers have experienced multiple login attempts with breach credentials. Right? In fact, more than a quarter have experienced more than 7 attacks using breach credentials. So it's obviously something that is pervasive, for more than a majority of our clients. One of the real problems behind this is that people, human nature, we can't reasonably be expected to remember hundreds of different passwords for like the 200 different online accounts that we typically use. Most people, and I'm guilty of this myself, tend to reuse the same password or a slight variation thereof across multiple sites. Right? I, for one, have a very strong password for, some more high value type accounts like my banking account and so forth. But more like less serious accounts, if it's just like my Domino's pizza delivery app, then I have like a very low security app password for that. But that doesn't matter, because if I'm using, if I have a high value account for which credentials get leaked somewhere, and I'm using that same password elsewhere, right? Even though my Chase application is super secure, that same password being used for like a smaller community bank or like community credit union type application might pose a problem. And from the application developer and application owner point of view, this is a problem because most detection services typically rely on web scanners and scrapers that use breach data after it has been made public. Now, typically, we found that this can take from 9 to 13 months between the time a breach actually happens and the data and the world at large knows about it. But what happens in those 9 to 13 months, right? That is when that data is being circulated among nefarious agents that can use things like can use those credential lists for credential stuffing, for breach password attacks. And like I mentioned, reusing passwords across sites increases the risk of an attack, and it makes it more difficult for organizations to prevent fraudulent access to user accounts. So, from an application developer point of view, it's imperative that breach passwords are detected as soon as they're compromised and accounts notified. As you can see in this graph, right, we've had daily login attempts in the 6 figures pretty much every day of the first 90 days of 2022. And in fact, we see this trend continuing to point upwards as the year has progressed. And we'll be addressing more of this in next year's report as well. So what can you do about these sort of attacks, regardless of where you might be? So as adversaries focus greater attention on attacking identity systems, as well as evolving their tactics, techniques, and procedures, it is essential for application and service providers to, first of all, implement defense-in-depth tools that work in combination across user, application, and network layers. They also need to continually monitor their applications for sign of attacks and changes in these TTPs. And finally, to make adjustments as needed. So that can be tuning parameters, tightening restrictions, introducing new tools. An agile, secure by design SIAM solution permits a considerable amount of flexibility that allows organizations to strike that optimal balance between security and user convenience, and even to customize this balance depending upon your risk appetite, user experience requirements, implementation, or even time of the year, right? This could be a time of the year when you expect a surge in bot activity and surge in illegitimate activity. So that fine point, that optimal balance between security and friction is going to vary depending on the state of affairs. And so having a SIAM solution that allows you to dial in those knobs and flip those levers as needed is imperative if it comes to securing yourself against these sort of attacks, as well as making sure your users don't have a cumbersome user experience. So in terms of what you can do today, first of all, implement and encourage MFA, right? Even despite the MFA bypass attacks, MFA is still one of the most effective ways to disrupt attacks. And, a lot of those MFA bypass attacks can themselves be annulled or negated by using multiple methods with strong secondary factors, such as WebAuthn or push authentication, as well as by also encouraging user adoption. Embracing WebAuthn and enabling it on supported device, right? Use the same failure message. Detailed failure messages can assist threat actors by providing information about users that exist in the systems, right? You can keep attackers in the dark by providing generic failure messages. So rather than saying that, oh, login failed because your WebAuthn device was not authorized, you could just keep it simple to, login failed. Limiting failed login attempts. So brute force credential stuffing and password spraying often trigger many failures for each successive login. So you can use this behavior to detect attacks and trigger countermeasures. Implementing secure session management, by using a server-side secure session manager that generates a new session ID after login. Another key thing is to not put the session ID in the URL, right? And do ensure that these session IDs are securely stored and invalidated after logout. Don't ship with default credentials, right? Default admin credentials are a major attack vector because many users leave them unchanged, leaving systems vulnerable to dictionary attacks. Another tactic is to enforce strong passwords, right? Many brute force attacks rely on weak password combinations, right? Or common passwords. Enforce password length, complexity, and rotation based on NIST recommendations or other evidence-based policies. And then, you can always monitor for breach password use. Like I said, many users reuse the same or similar passwords across multiple sites. So a breach in one service can threaten many others. So therefore, you can need to force users to change breach password and as soon as they're detected. And lastly, don't store plain text passwords. That should be pretty obvious. If your password database is truly illegible, then it has no value to hackers. Encryption makes encryption makes your organization a much less appealing target, but the implementation of that encryption must be sound. And so finally, for the CISOs in the room, after reviewing the insights gathered through the State of Secure Identity report, our data team, meeting with the customers and prospects and speaking with other CIOs, these are the actions we're hoping we all will take. So let's make identity security a board level issue. It's hard to get the board to fund what they don't understand, which is why we created this whole presentation that you can share with your CTO, COO, your CEO, and other executive leaders and board members. Revisit existing controls and implement new ones. Every organization should determine its own risk tolerance and must recognize that attackers are always evolving their TTPs to seize opportunities and evade defenses. What was appropriate or what worked before may not be the best approach today. And then collectively work towards clear security industry standards that make sense to decision makers, but also to insurance companies. Cyber insurance premiums have soared in the past 12 months, eating into the budgets that we need for controls and for the talent to manage them. In the next years, we'll be working towards generating clear methods for evaluating and mitigating risks and extending proven zero trust principles into the SIAM space. And with that, I'd like to thank you all very much. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, bye, and thank you again so much for that really interesting walkthrough. That was a pretty cool way to kind of frame that through that report. So I hope you all enjoyed that presentation. I see some amazing questions coming in. Keep that up. We did go a little bit long in the session, so we're going to keep the questions to live chat. So if you get a question in, we'll get some responses back to you from the Okta team, again, either over live chat or in email follow-up. So keep those coming. And I see some great high fives. Thanks for that, Venkat. As always, such a cheerful human out there. Venkat has high fives for the whole crew. While you guys are getting in those last questions, I'll remind you again to click on the poll. So what additional information would you like to get about the Okta solution? We just got a lot of really great info, but there's obviously lots more to dig into. So data sheets, white papers, case studies, whatever you've got in mind, whatever's going to be helpful for you, click on that poll right now and let Okta know how they can follow up with you. Also, head over to the Handouts tab. If you have not done that, make sure that you spend a little time exploring the Handouts tab. Grab that Okta ebook, The State of Secure Identity 2022, Protecting Customer Identity and Access Management Services Against Online Threats. Again, this is exactly what we were just chatting about, but you can dig in a little bit further on your own. So grab that resource, save that, put that aside because you're going to want that later, but we are not done yet. So stay with us here. Now, but while you're doing all that fun stuff, handouts and polls and questions, I'm going to give away another prize, and this time we will do a $300 Amazon gift card. We will also do a Kindle Scribe. So I will remind you again that you do need to be here live and present with us at the MegaCast. Our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card today is Nathan Lancaster of Virginia. Nathan Lancaster of Virginia, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. And our next winner of a Kindle Scribe is Matthew Mosey of Michigan. Matthew Mosey of Michigan, very alliterative name there for you. All right, well, to both our lucky winners and all our previous winners, congratulations. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prizes after we wrap our MegaCast today. Now, don't forget there are more chances to win, and we also have that Best Question gift card, that $50 Amazon gift card. And even if we don't get into a live Q&A session at the end, if we're doing live chat or if we're doing email follow-ups, you will still be entered to win just by asking those questions, so keep those rolling. All right, but we are going to keep things moving along here. Now, I know that we are getting a little bit towards the end of our Cloud Security Fest 2023, but I want to assure you that we are not winding down. In fact, we are ramping up, because here with us today, we have Swaroop Sham, Product Marketing Manager at Wiz. Swaroop, thank you so much for being here with us today on this exciting MegaCast. I can't wait to hear more from you and all the fun things going on at Wiz. So I'm going to step back and hand things over to you. Take it away.
Thank you so much, and welcome everyone who are joining us from across the country and across the globe. I'm going to talk to you about securing everything you build and run in the cloud. I'm Swaroop, a product marketer at Wiz, and I see that there's a lot of known faces, and a lot of you might be very familiar with Wiz, but for those of you who are new, a quick introduction of who Wiz is. Wiz is the leader in cloud security. Over 35% of the Fortune 100 companies use Wiz. So a lot of name brand companies like Chipotle, Home Depot, United Airlines, the NBA, all of them trust Wiz to secure everything they do in the clouds. Today, we are one of the largest private cybersecurity companies out there, with a lot of marquee investors such as Sequoia, Lightspeed, Index, and so on and so forth. With that said, it goes without saying that cloud is one of the biggest transformational experiences from a security standpoint we have experienced. Yes, cloud has been very transformational from an application standpoint, but it has also been transformational from a security standpoint as well. The question is, what changes with the cloud? What is different with the cloud? And when we look at it, the cloud really changes everything we know about how we secure our environments. It is a new environment in the sense of like the applications we've built, how we build applications, the technologies we use to build those applications, as well as some of the libraries and frameworks used inside of that application. Everything is different about it. But also, the way we build and deploy these applications in the cloud is very different. No longer are we waiting for an IT admin to come in and rack and stack that server that hosts the application. Everything is being done in cloud and being put into production nearly instantly. So the cloud as such is a very different environment, and a lot of security professionals come to us at Wiz and say, I need to know what's running in my cloud. How do I gain more visibility of what's running in that environment? How do I know what libraries are there? How do I know that there are no vulnerabilities in the code that was put up in the application? But that's just one aspect of what they talk to us about. Another key problem statement they talk to us about is that the cloud brings in new risks. Risks that never existed in the previous world have become much more prominent in the cloud. The idea of like applications running with possibly like vulnerabilities being put in, or even a simple misconfiguration that was completely accidental, resulting in access to your sensitive resources. That is the sort of risks we think about in terms of the cloud. But also, a lot of security professionals come to us at Wiz and say, how do I prioritize the real risks in the cloud? How do I differentiate between noise in the cloud, and how do I focus on the critical issues that impact my environment? And finally, the cloud requires a new ownership model. Security teams in many cases need to be ingrained into the individual application teams that are building out these cloud security models, because these individual engineering teams operate in an agile environment, and they ship applications multiple times in a day quite often. and security needs to be part of and ingrained in those individual teams to be really successful in that new reality. So what is the cost of not doing anything? And for us, by keeping up with the existing model of security, you have 4 critical misses that every security organization needs to think about as they adopt to the cloud. One is teams often miss critical security risks. They're susceptible to a lot of blind spots, and often there's a lot of distrust between developers and security teams, which really impacts their cloud journey. So what we think about at Wiz is that the cloud really needs a new operating model that takes into account the new environment we operate in, the new risks, as well as the new stakeholders. And we need this in a way that consolidates a lot of individual siloed security use cases into a single platform. And we think about it as the Cloud Native Application Protection Platform, or CNAPP for short, where we're able to consolidate multiple different security use cases in the cloud into a single platform. This could be everything from cloud security posture management to malware scanning, container security to data security, vulnerability management to secret scanning. All of this needs to be contained in a single platform for you to be truly successful from a security standpoint in the cloud. But also, we need to think about it in a new operating model in terms of how different teams engage with security, right? Gone are the days in which security was a central function where one individual team, one cloud security team controlled what was being done and deployed and configured. We now need a self-service model where individual teams can operate, but in the context of the guidance provided by the central security team, where there is a sense of self-service and ownership around the individual applications that they build, not only from an application standpoint, but also teams need to own it from a security standpoint. So they need to own the security of the code that they build. So the question really becomes, what are the enablers of this new operating model? And for us, it is these three key pillars: unconditional visibility, where you gain full visibility of your cloud environment without bothering individual engineering teams. Second, it is the ability to focus on the critical issues, on the issues that matter in the cloud. And third, it is the ability to empower developers to be very proactive in the security around the applications they build. The question is all of this possible? And the answer is yes. This has been the vision of how Wiz has built out their cloud security solution. So let us jump in, take a step deeper into the Wiz platform and understand how the Wiz platform operates and it helps customers secure their cloud environments. So the Wiz cloud security platform is really designed to operate in an agentless manner where we're able to capture and understand the entire cloud footprint of a customer's cloud real estate. Different cloud environments, including GCP, Azure, AWS, but we also capture the different workloads that are running in the cloud. This could be your containerized cloud native applications, all the way up to VMs and databases that might be running in the cloud. So you get a complete view of what's running in the cloud. But not just that, we also capture all the configurations around that individual user, around the individual cloud environment. So we know exactly the full configuration and the full footprint of a customer's cloud environment. Next, we scan these individual environments for the different elements of risk inside of the cloud. So we are able to identify vulnerabilities, malware, exposed secrets, misconfigurations, excessive privileges, lateral movement paths. so that we can identify what are those risks in the environment. Now, this is very useful and very impactful because now you know where your risks are. But also, very importantly, we're able to understand the attack path that an attacker can take to gain access to a critical resource. Now, in this example, we have a virtual machine that has a lot of that exposes a service, but also has critical vulnerabilities and malware embedded inside of the application stack inside of that virtual machine. But even more critically, this virtual machine is accessible from the internet. You're looking at the existing network configuration. A possible misconfiguration can make this virtual machine exposed to attackers. But an attacker not only can gain access to this virtual machine, they can leverage an exposed secret on this machine to assume a sensitive role that then gives them access to a database containing PII information. Pretty critical and vulnerable information from a risk perspective, if you think about it as a security professional. So here, as you can see, we have identified not just the risk, but also the way in which an attacker can gain access to that sensitive resource. The question then becomes, how do you take this prioritization that you just achieved, and how do you drive resolution of that? So behind the WIS platform is a very powerful resource management system that is able to partition and allow individual teams to operate based on their own individual risk profile and operating model. Here, individual teams can then take the issues that were discovered by the WIS platform and work using the workflows that they're very familiar with and that they're very used to, and drive resolution of that critical issue. For example, in this case, Team C might be able to capture some of the findings from the WIS platform and pass it over to their favorite messaging system that might be, let's say, a tool like Slack, and also their favorite ticketing system like Jira to drive resolution of that issue. Whereas other parts of the business, including in other business units, might use tools like ServiceNow and email to drive notification and resolution of that particular issue. The WIS platform is able to accommodate individual operating teams across different business units to use the tools and the workflows that they are familiar with, and then drive resolution of those individual issues. But this is all great. We found the issue, we resolved the issue. Question is, how do we take these learnings and prevent them from happening in the first place? This is where some of the shift left capability from the WIS platform comes into play. Here, as you can see, we can take the same policies that were used to determine some of the findings in the WIS platform and drive them into the engineering pipeline to identify and block the issues before they even reach production. So this is where some of the core shift left capabilities of the WIS platform comes into play. So with that said, now you've seen that how you can use the WIS platform to both identify issues in your production environment, but also prevent those issues from reaching the production environment in the first place. And this is just the start. WIS has also been able to take some of the learnings we had and also apply them to runtime environments. As you can see, that we recently launched the WIS Runtime Center, which helps take a unified cloud security platform approach from prevention all the way up to real-time detection and response. In this case, our sensor is deployed in the individual workloads that is able to protect these workloads from any sort of threats and be the last line of defense in protecting these individual workloads. The sensor gives customers a number of key benefits, including the ability for real-time monitoring and detection of threats and malicious activity. It also gives them full visibility, end-to-end visibility to attacks, and enables them much more faster and efficient response time. It gives them built-in detections for cloud-native attacks that might have been missed previously. It also gives runtime context for better prioritization. So hopefully, with this understanding of the Wiz platform, you have a complete sense of how Wiz helps you protect everything you build and run in the cloud. So when you think about it, where are we now with the Wiz platform? You have complete visibility of your environment as a security professional. You know where your resources are running, what are the workloads running, what are the technologies they're using, as well as what are the configurational elements that impact access to that workload. You now have the ability to respond and fix critical issues. And you have the ability to have the same context between the security team and the developer team. Finally, you also have the ability to drive broad initiatives across teams so that you can help adopt a new working model to preventing risk in the cloud. So as we come towards the end of our presentation, the Wiz platform really is designed to be that modern cloud security platform to giving you complete visibility with zero critical risks in the cloud. We help you modernize your cloud SecOps and your cloud operating practices, and we ultimately enable your business to move faster by shifting left. Well, don't take our word for it. Let's look at the story of how Priceline, a leading online travel agency that a lot of us are very familiar with, was able to use the Wiz platform to reduce some of the risk in the cloud. Priceline was migrating to the cloud, and they really struggled with the visibility challenge. They were looking to understand all the different workloads that was running in the cloud with complete context around that workload so that they can drive resolution and prioritization for those individual workloads. The security team was constantly overwhelmed with hundreds of different alerts, and they were constantly behind the curve trying to fix issues. And they really needed a single security framework to both drive prioritization, but also prevent issues from reaching production in the first place. So when the team was able to adopt Wiz, they instantly gained complete visibility of everything running in their AWS and GCP environments. They were able to identify some of the misconfigurations and risks that were present in the cloud environments, and they were able to shift some of those issues left in the pipeline so that they could identify those issues earlier in the pipeline and prevent that from reaching production in the first place. That way, the team was able to move from having a more reactive mindset to a more proactive mindset to fixing issues across the cloud environments. With that said, I'll leave you with this quote from the architect at Priceline. And with that, we've come to the end of our presentation. Thank you, and love to hear from any questions or comments you might have. Thank you.
Yes, we've got some great questions coming in. Thank you so much for that presentation. That was so interesting and really fun to kind of get into a little bit. So I want to get to our audience Q&A, but before we do, I'm just going to move the screen over here, and we're going to put a poll up for all of you. What we want to know is what additional information you would like to get about the Wiz solution. So again, there's all kinds of great options here, lots of great ways to follow up. Sort of, do you have a favorite way that you think, when people are kind of getting started with Wiz?
Yeah, especially if someone's looking to gain more information from Wiz. I think, the Wiz website is a great place to pick up information from. There's tons of good information, and, we keep, as in, the website is constantly updated. So highly recommend checking out the website. It's got a lot of good information.
Okay, good. So checking out the website and clicking on this poll, and I'll just mention the handout briefly while we're kind of chatting about some of these follow-ups as well. Make sure that you do head over to that handout tab and click on the link for Wiz, because you can actually see a full video demo So there's a link there to watch the full video demo, and that's really a great way to follow up on the conversation we just had with Swerve. So please do take some time, open that tab, save that for later. But before you start watching it, we're going to do a little bit of a Q&A session here. Swerve, you ready to dive into some audience questions?
Let's do that.
All right. Can you tell us a little bit more about the response and remediation? So we had a question here. Once an issue is detected by Wiz, how can Wiz help me then with my response and remediation flow?
Yeah, that's a great question, though. So I think with regards to response and remediation, Wiz gives a number of options, right? So the critical things to remember with the Wiz platform is that Wiz provides complete context, whether you're a security professional or whether you're in engineering, right, to resolve some of these critical issues. And we do this by having a number of key critical built-in integrations inside of the platform. You can take the findings from Wiz and send them over to your favorite messaging system, whether it's Slack or Jira or whatever is your favorite messaging tool. We can integrate with that. But also, very importantly, we also work with different ticketing systems, whether it's a ServiceNow ticketing system or Jira that's very popular. We work with these. So we try to integrate into the workflow that your developers and security professionals use. It could also be STEM and SOAR tools that they might be using. We work with those different tools that you might leverage to drive response and remediation.
That's really cool because we did get some questions about that, and you kind of mentioned that DevSecOps culture. And so it sounds like really streamlining some of the communication flow between these teams is really helping create that DevSecOps approach.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the core to what we offer at Wiz is our ability to shift left a lot of the security conversation. So Wiz integrates with your developer pipeline so that you can have the same security policy from a cloud all the way back to code and vice versa. So if you can fix issues, our belief is that if you can fix issues early in the pipeline, the better off you are. So whether it's scanning for secrets or the way or scanning for misconfigurations, we have the capability to scan that early in the pipeline so that those issues never reach production in the first place. So we take a very DevSecOps kind of mindset towards securing resources in the cloud.
Okay, well, good question here about getting into compliance, because that comes up for a lot of our audience members as well. So can Wiz be used to manage compliance evaluations? And if so, what are the frameworks that would be supported?
Yeah, compliance is a very good question that we get quite often. So obviously, Wiz does not guarantee compliance, but we help our customers through the compliance conversation through capabilities that we have in the product. So inside of the Wiz product, one of the cool things we have is we have all the controls built in for different compliance frameworks, whether it's CIS or CCPA or think about any other compliance standard that you might be subject to, right? So not only do we provide evaluations and identify different compliance controls that you might have to be compliant to, we also provide a very cool reporting framework through a heat map that you can see how you stand in terms of compliance inside of your cloud environments. Additionally, on top of that, we also have the ability to provide executive reporting. I know that this comes up quite often with a lot of our customers where they need to report constantly on how they maintain compliance for their cloud environments. The Wiz platform has the ability to provide that constant reporting for executives that a lot of folks might need.
So we're just talking a little bit about different environments, and we did get a question about Kubernetes. So can you tell us what are the different Kubernetes environments supported by Wiz?
Yeah, so Kubernetes is definitely one of the fastest growing cloud workloads that we see out there. It's becoming more and more popular these days. So at Wiz, we support all the major Kubernetes cloud providers, that is, GCP, AWS, Azure, and AWS. We support all their different Kubernetes environments as well as OpenShift environments. So basically, TLDR is we cover all the major environments from a cloud security perspective for Kubernetes-based workloads. So, AKS, I can't keep up with the acronyms these days at times. All the different cloud Kubernetes environments are covered with this.
So many acronyms, and they're always changing on us, aren't they?
Exactly.
Okay, well, I'm going to sneak in one last question here because we're pretty short on time. But again, dealing with all these different, and so far it sounds like Wiz is very flexible, which is great. Does Wiz also support VMware-based workloads?
Yeah, exactly. So Wiz does have support for VMware-based workloads as well, where we're able to tap into the control plane from VMware and kind of analyze the posture from a VMware perspective. So yes, what we realize is that customers have a whole range of different workloads, whether it's VMware-based workloads or cloud-native workloads and anything in between. Wiz is able to analyze those VMware-based workloads and provide a sense of the posture around them as well.
Awesome. Well, you answered that super quickly, so I'm going to sneak in one last mini question here. Does Wiz integrate into Salesforce, or is there a Salesforce extension that would work?
So Wiz, it's a very interesting question because Salesforce largely, we look at it from a cloud workload perspective, but Salesforce for us is more operates more from an application security posture standpoint. So we have a lot of partners that we work with who focus on, Salesforce's the posture and controls around Salesforce. So we would probably work with a partner here.
Awesome. All right. I like it. So it sounds like there's a lot of opportunity here and a lot of flexibility, which is great. And I did see a few people, at least Vinay responded and said, good to know it can integrate with ServiceNow. So that was exciting for people to hear. I have already asked you what people can do to get started. It sounded like the website was the best way to jump in and kind of get rolling if somebody wants to learn a little bit more or start with Wiz.
Yeah, the website is great, as well as the resource we kind of shared with the group today. It's a good way to get a demo. That links to a full demo of the product. It allows you to go behind the scenes and see how the product operates and how easy it is to operate from a security professional standpoint. So take a look at the demo as well. That's very valuable, and I'm sure the audience will appreciate that a lot.
Perfect. All right. Well, I want to thank you again for coming in to chat with us today. It has been so much fun, and I know that we've all learned a lot. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. It was really a pleasure to be here today.
All right, and to everyone out there that had a question that we didn't get to, please keep those questions coming. We will make sure that we send them over to Swaroop and to the Wiz team, so you will get some answers back. If you haven't already clicked on the poll, do that. If you haven't gotten the handout tab opened up and ready to watch that demo later, make sure you do that. And I'm going to give away another prize. So up next, we are going to do both a $300 Amazon gift card as well as a Kindle Scribe. So I'll remind you again that you do need to be here live and present at the MegaCast. And our very next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Volts Tribergs of Minnesota. Volts Tribergs of Minnesota. And then our next winner of a Kindle Scribe is Carolyn Young of California. Carolyn Young of California. All right, well, congratulations to you, Volts, and to Carolyn, and to all our winners today. Now, we will follow up with all of you after we wrap. Now, there is one more chance to win. And there's another chance to win. Plus, don't forget that we will be following up with the best question asked in each of our sessions, and there's that $50 Amazon gift card. So keep those questions coming in, partially because, hey, it just makes everything a lot more fun and engaging when we get lots of great questions, as we have been all day, but also because you could win that $50 Amazon gift card, and who doesn't love that? All right, team. Well, it had to happen eventually. I swear it gets faster every time. But here we are. Cloud Security Fest 2023 is finally coming to an end. And don't worry, because we are about to wrap up on such a high note. I am so happy to introduce you all to our very last expert presenter of this exciting day, and that is Garrett Gross, Head of Product Management at Nudge. Garrett, thank you so much for being here today, being our grand finale. I can't wait to hear from you and the Nudge crew, so I'm going to step back and hand things on over. Take it away, Garrett.
Hey, thanks for joining me today. My name is Garrett Gross. I'm the head of product management for Nudge Security. I'm really excited to share with you how we're going to help you get a handle on shadow IT and SaaS sprawl. Before I get into the product itself, though, I just want to discuss the problem that we're trying to solve. So the way that we adopt new technology has changed fundamentally over the years. These days, our users are the ones to choose and adopt new software applications, as that allows us to be more agile and work more efficiently. But that leaves us in IT and security in a bit of a bind, in that we actually have no idea what our true application usage is. And the methods that are currently available, looking deeper into the network, putting agents on endpoints, putting plugins in your browser, interrogating finance, they're not really working. So there's a slow time to value to any of this type of realization. So by the time you get involved, it's likely too late to stop anything that you'd want to stop anyway. Granting access to file shares or code repos or things like that. Also, these methods don't really show the true complete picture of application use. And before you say, well, I work in a hardened environment, well, most of us don't. But even if you do, circumventing those controls is usually trivial. Using a personal device on cell data, changing your DNS, creating your own Wi-Fi network. For the determined, the options are endless, and we've seen this time and time again. But even if we are able to identify every single application in use, the traditional approach, kind of the department of no, blocking and tackling, that's not an effective approach either. That drives usage underground. That promotes dissent, could cause disgruntled users that either leave or become threats to your environment. So what is Nudge doing differently? How are we solving this problem? Well, Nudge gives you visibility into your actual application usage by showing you every SaaS application that your users have ever signed up for, and then giving you insights into how your users are using those apps. Also, we're addressing the root cause of SaaS sprawl by engaging your employees and changing their behavior. Because studies that we've seen show that when you involve users in this conversation, adherence to your acceptable use policy and really almost all your other policies skyrockets. And it makes sense though, because you're involving them in that decision. We're also going to help you identify opportunities to automate the SaaS application management. So highlight ways in which you can improve your security posture, reduce spend, and reclaim abandoned assets. And we'll see that in the demo. The way we do this is that Nudge integrates with your Microsoft and Google workspaces, and we're going to search for specific types of email messages that only applications would send. So machine-generated inbound emails. And to ease any worry that you may have about this access, we take this responsibility very seriously. We're only looking at inbound emails, never employee-to-employee communication or anything outbound. And when we do this analysis, these inbound generated emails we're extracting the metadata from the messages and then destroying the in-memory copy of the message. So just to reiterate, we're never storing your email messages. No human ever sees the contents of your email. Also, any message that is accessed, we're keeping an audit trail of that in case there are any questions about that. Okay, now that we've gotten that out of the way, deploying Nudge itself is effortless. You'll need admin access to your Google or Microsoft workspace, and it's actually read-only admin access. And if you want to know the discrete permissions, we have those listed on the website as well. But once you have that, deploying Nudge is as simple as a few clicks. We'll begin our analysis immediately, and depending on the size of your organization, it may take 20 minutes to a few hours to complete. By the way, there's no need to sit there and watch paint dry. We'll send you an email once analysis is complete. Okay, so let's take a look at the product. The first step after deploying Nudge is actually to take a look at the application activity that we've discovered. And this can be daunting, especially if this is your first time looking at this. So we've created a playbook to help with that. Go to things to do, and learn about our application usage. And here we can see, looks like we already have one in progress. We'll go ahead and start a new one. Pray to the demo gods this time. So we're going to see all the applications that have been added within a specific time frame. This is 30 days. We can slide this up all the way up to 365 if we want, but we're just going to look at the ones added in the past 30 days. And we could even slice this further down by looking at a specific category. Let's say we only want to look at file sharing tools or something like that. But once we have this set complete, we can take all these and we can nudge all the teammates that own these applications or that have introduced these applications. We can ask them about these apps all at once. Now, just to save my coworkers, I'm going to just select one of them. But just to show you, you could select, 368 apps in this dialog if you wanted to. And we're going to send a nudge out. We're going to send a message out. We're going to nudge our teammate and say, hey, listen, I see that you're using this app. And of course, that's a variable. So that'll be populated with the name of the application. This is an app that employees in our company do not commonly use. Will you help us understand why you've introduced this? And then they have the opportunity of saying, I'm starting a new project, I'm experimenting, or they can select other and have a free form text to say, you know what, I don't know why I downloaded this. I'm going to go ahead and, stop using this or whatever. But the point is that starts that conversation immediately to either say, hey, great, let's get this wrapped under our security controls, or maybe this is something we don't want you to use. So let's go ahead and nudge this user. The cool part about nudge, though, as you can see here, is immediately we're prompted to create a workflow to where next time we really can just avoid this whole process. We can set up a workflow that will notify you when new apps are added. We can also just say, go ahead and send a nudge to the person who introduced that app to ask them about that automatically, to where now, whenever a new app is added, you just get a nudge that says, hey, here's why this person is using that app. And again, that just accelerates that ability to have that conversation around approval started. Right. So let's say you just deployed Nudge. You're trying to make heads of tails of the applications in use in your environment. Or similarly, let's say you're well on your way of making sense of your app usage. You may be alerted to a new app in your environment, and now you're investigating. So we're going to choose this one. We're going to tell you a lot about what this application is, which one of your users introduced it, and a good picture of how securely this application and the vendor itself operates. So we can look here, we can see some information about the org, some information about their security program and links out to that, any breaches that they have had in the past, and then what we feel is in their supply chain. We'll get into that a little bit deeper in just a minute. But let's say that there's an issue with this application for one reason or another, and you need a change made. Well, let's contact someone about this app. We'll look at the accounts page, we can sort by first seen, you can see Albert Tross introduced this 2 years ago, but he hasn't been seen for over 2 years. So maybe just kind of set it and forget it and handed it off to someone else. Next up is going to be Danessa. We can see that she's first seen 9 months ago, last activity 3 weeks. Good chance that she is a current user of this application. So I can go through here and I can nudge Danessa. I can, ask her, please tell me about this application. Why are you using it? Are you still using this? You could say, you know what, totally cool that you're using this app. I just prefer that you wrap this up in MFA. Or you could say, hey, listen, the official app in use is something else like, MS Paint. So we prefer you use that. Or, you know what, I don't want you to use this. I want to go ahead and I want you to delete your account. But regardless, you have this ability to start this conversation immediately just from this dialogue. Now, if we go back to the app again, there's some other information that we can glean. Go back to So if you notice, it's saying that two users have provided access to Miro with OAuth. We can click on that and we can see that's actually this one user. Okay, so we can see this user has set up an integration between this application and their Google account via OAuth. And if we scroll down, we get some more information about this OAuth grant, summary of it, maybe other users who have different scopes, but we can see details about the grant itself and see that one of these scopes is pretty risky. The ability to see and download all of your Google Drive files. Well, from this dialogue, we can either revoke this grant immediately, or we can ask the user about this and we say, hey, are you still using this? You've set up this integration. Let us know if you're not using this. And if not, we can remove that. So if this user replies and says it can be removed, we'll go ahead and revoke that OAuth grant immediately and automatically. Moving on, another insight that Nudge can provide is, in your workplace, what groups exist? How are they accessed? And what, if any, application access is provided as a result of that group membership? Because if you take a look at this DevOps group, you can see the risk is high because anyone in the domain can actually join this group. If we look at group accounts, we can see that any member of the group has access as a user to these applications. Meaning, all an attacker would have to do is compromise any one of your accounts, and they're instantly able to have access to these applications. So very quickly, I'm able to identify all members of this group as well as a group owner, so they can contact them and discuss this potentially risky configuration further and make any changes if necessary. Okay, shifting the perspective a bit, we can look at the external presence that your organization has, or more specifically, how an attacker may see your environment. We can see the applications that have an interface exposed to the internet. We can see all the social media accounts registered using your employee domains. And, we expect to see social media accounts in use here, but this may be a chance to identify accounts that you were not aware of and give you an opportunity to learn more about their use. Similarly, we can show you all domains that have been registered. Common pattern here is that someone starts up a project, launches a site, but never sets it down. It's forgotten about, and then months or years later is used in one way or another as part of a compromise. So again, just being aware of all these domains that represent your org, very, very important. Here we're showing you categories of applications that we feel house the most sensitive corporate data. So file shares, HR systems, financial software, customer records, databases, stuff like that. And it's pretty common to see duplicates across these apps and companies, especially those going through mergers, acquisitions, other major organizational changes. But again, this is a great opportunity for you to weed out what you know about and what you do not. Cloud infrastructure is a big one. Definitely was for me. We need to understand where all of our cloud assets live. And surprise, there's no standard way to do this across all the different vendors. Nudge helps out here by putting all of your cloud infrastructure in one place and gives you a starting point for your next move, whether that's aggregating all of your AWS instances into an organization here, or maybe you're starting an investigation into a new database or a new Heroku instance that was just launched. Same with software supply chain. Having all your code and artifact repos listed out in one place just saves you a ton of time, especially when you're trying to chase down an incident or, like I said, trying to make sense of a recently acquired organization. This supply chain breach intelligence is unbelievably helpful. One of my favorite spots here. So we're able to identify when an application you're using has been involved in a breach. So tracking down all users of an app is super simple. I go in here, click all these accounts. So asking these folks what version they're on, or even asking them just to delete their accounts, very, very easy. Just a couple of clicks here. In addition to that, though, we can go one step further in this supply chain breach intelligence. So we can identify applications that have been breached that may not be in use by your users, but are in use by vendors of applications that you use. Okay, maybe that's a bit confusing, but let me give you an example. Here in our demo organization, we may not be using Klaviyo ourselves, but we are using, or we have identified that some vendors of applications that we do use are using Klaviyo. We're using Shopify, Leap, Printful, New York Times. They all use Klaviyo. So what you could do is you could message out to all the users of these applications and say, hey, I see that you're using Shopify. We discovered that Shopify uses a marketing platform called Klaviyo, which was recently breached and contact information was leaked. Be on the lookout for any messages from Shopify asking you for personal information, as they may be malicious in nature. Just one example of how to use this information. But with this awareness, a quick message out to users could potentially stop a breach from even occurring. So great visibility here into the activity and kind of your security posture here. As we saw earlier, when we learned about application usage, playbooks are a great way to explore the different ways that visibility provided by Nudge can be used. As another example, let's think about user offboarding. For most of us, there may be an established process or checklist, but how are you tracking this? What about validating this process? And even for those of you that have a working automated process already, through your single sign-on solution, your identity provider, or for the gamblers out there, something you've built yourselves, what have you done about all the accounts set up, outside of SSO and not managed through the workspace, but just set up with a one-off password? Well, we have a playbook that helps optimize and speed up that process no matter how you do it today. So I've launched this playbook. Let's get one of our test users here. And first step is we're going to verify the current status of their account. This works for Google and Microsoft. Right now, we're using a Google Workspace, but we're following best practices as outlined by Google and Microsoft. So the first step that they recommend is that we verify that the account is active and able to receive email, but that we've disabled the access from the user side. The way that we do that is we're going to reset the password. We're going to show you, this is actually reset over 4 weeks ago. So you probably want to reset this, now. And then let's go ahead and revoke, if there was a recovery email or recovery phone number, we could revoke that here as well. Link out here to the Google Workspace to change this. And then of course we can refresh the status here just to make sure that our changes took. Once we have that part complete, we can move on. We have a couple of steps confirming that you're aware of some critical resources that this user owns, and that measures have been taken to transfer this critical resource from this user to another user. So like here, we've got a Slack workspace that this user owns. Here's some other users of Slack that we could transfer this to. Again, this is just an attestation step saying, yes, I'm aware of this, and I can either confirm this or I could ignore it and say, nah, that's just a secret test workspace. We don't care about that. So we can move on. Same thing here with the app integrations. Just make you aware of these so that you have the chance to transfer this over. And of course, we're going to give you some intel on the other users of this app so that you can transfer this easily over. And again, once you've confirmed or ignored all these, you can move on to the next step. We're going to revoke OAuth managed accounts here. So this is not the best example, but if you had revoked all these OAuth accounts outside of Nudge, you could use it as the validation layer. Let's say all of them were revoked except for one. We'd be notified of that one OAuth grant that was not revoked successfully and have a chance to review that. We'd have a similar step here if there was any accounts in single sign-on that we need to revoke. We'd have the chance to revoke them from here. Up next is probably a step where you get to see something you've never seen before. We're going to give you the ability to revoke all of the, revoke the access to applications that are outside of your single sign-on and identity provider. Just applications have been set up with a username and password. So we're going to go through here. We can just, hit revoke all and we'll just go through and, start revoking all of these. Now, we support most applications, but we never pretended to say that we supported all of them. So even for the applications that we do not support, we provide a mechanism that allows you to quickly reset this password manually. So we can see that some of these are going through, but like AWS, this may be a weird one to revoke because it has a multi-step login page or reset page. Okay, so here's great. Here's one with a manual reset required. So we go through here, and even though this was not possible today, or maybe even ever, we have the opportunity to take manual action here. We can, of course, ignore this. Let's say I don't really care about Blaze Meter. I can just ignore this. But if I want to take manual action, I select that and copy the employee's email. I have a link out to Blaze Meter to reset the password. And once that's complete, I can verify I have reset this password. Okay. And then if this user was the technical owner of an account, we could transfer that here. This user was not. But then at the end, we can request the account cleanup. So once we've revoked all of this access and we've disabled, all of the user accounts, we need to provide an easy way to notify the application owners that this user has been offboarded. That gives them a chance to reclaim any licenses that they may have associated with this application, delete or transfer any data, or perform any other cleanup tasks that you may not be aware of. So again, just automating this process could save you, hours, days, weeks of heartache here. But I can, nudge all these technical owners, say, hey, please take care of that. And once we're done, we complete the offboarding. So we'll have a little celebration here. And then that's it. You've offboarded your users successfully. Now, directly following this offboarding and at any time afterwards, you have the ability to review the task completed and go through here and review and see what you've done. Or even you can print this off into a more audit-friendly format that you can use. And like I said, this is available directly following the offboarding and at any time afterwards that you wanted to display that. And that's it for our demonstration of Nudge security at a high level. And I'd like to take some time to answer any questions that have been submitted. So here we go. Okay, what access to Google on Office 365 does Nudge need to capture SaaS account details? Got it. As I said earlier, at a high level, we need read-only admin access, but we can provide the full list of permissions required for both Google and Microsoft workspaces. It's on our website now, nudsecurity.com, under the help section. But as an aside, we all come from a security background, so we just want to always operate on a principle of least privilege. And every time we add functionality, we try to approach it that same way. Does Nudge read my organization's emails? Kinda, but not really. We're not sitting in line with your mail flow, inspecting all messages that come in. We're regularly performing highly targeted searches of inbound messages only, and we're looking for only machine-generated messages, so those that we feel came from your application. And as I said before, if there's ever a question of what messages were accessed, we keep an audit log of all those messages in our analysis. How long does it take before I can see the inventory of apps for my organization? Depending on how large your organization is, it's based on the number of mailboxes we would need to search across. It can take, 15 minutes to several hours. But as I said earlier, we'll notify you via email once that analysis is complete. Good question. Does Nudge block access to new or unsanctioned apps? We don't block user access at all, ever. Our research has shown that when you block users, it just drives them to use the technology underground. Instead, like I said earlier, we want to bring our users into this conversation and come to a decision together. And studies that we've been involved in have shown that this type of user engagement actually increases the likelihood that they'll adhere to that policy and to others. Now, I should say, as a person with a security background, if there's a prohibited app, there's a prohibited app, and you need to take measures to block that if something is putting you in harm's way. But again, that's just not the initial approach that we want to take. What's the difference between Nudge and a CASB? Yeah, we get this one a lot, quite a bit. Honestly, one of the fundamental differences is that with a CASB, you have to configure it to be used with your applications. In order to do that, you have to know about all the applications that are in use. So if you're trying to identify all the applications that are in use and kind of get a handle on that, a CASB is probably not going to be much help. Okay, getting visibility is great, but could create a lot of work for my team. How do we avoid this being just another to-do list for my already overtaxed team? Yeah, of course. The playbooks that we have definitely help out. They're taking all this data, organizing it in a task-based type workflow, like your Learn About App Usage playbook, where we're showing you all the apps that we found and allow you to nudge users and gather more information. But also we use the nudge functionality to force multiply your team. Let's take something simple like add the app to SSO. I know by experience that task of adding hundreds of apps to SSO is a manual and arduous process that could take weeks. And that's mainly just due to the time writing emails, Slack messages, and making phone calls, honestly. This is just ask someone to configure their app to use with single sign-on. But with Nudge, that's a mouse click. That's, hey, there's all the apps that are in SSO. Here's all the apps that aren't. Let's message all the users about the apps that aren't, and let's get them into SSO. Moving forward, you could automate the whole process. It's amazing the amount of time that it saved. And here's the deal. You have to perform these tasks anyways, a part of your job. So by using Nudge, you can actually look at it a way that you're getting time back to focus on other important tasks. Okay, I think we got time for one more. What is required to get up and running with the free trial? Just the willingness to do so. Like I said earlier, it's super simple. You just need read-only admin access to your Google or Microsoft workspace. And from there, it's a couple of mouse clicks to evaluate Nudge. And if there are any questions, you run into issues, you can always hit us up on the intercom at our website, nudsecurity.com. We'll be happy to help you out through one of these trials. So it looks like that's all the time that we have for today. Thanks again for joining me. Please visit us at nudsecurity.com to learn more and start your own free trial.
Oh man, thank you so much, Garrett. That was such a great presentation. Thanks for sticking around to answer some questions from the audience. Now, I know that we did not get to all the questions today in that Q&A. So I do want to assure you that we will make sure all the questions, we don't really have time to answer them on live chat now because we're about to wrap up, but we are going to make sure that the Nudge team gets all of those questions so they can follow up with you via email. So please keep the questions coming in, and you will get some answers back from Nudge. Now, another great way to get the info that you need is to click on the poll here, and the question is what additional information you would like to get about the Nudge solution. So click on that poll, let Nudge know how they can follow up with you. Another thing that I'll suggest is, as always, head on over to that Handouts tab. Now, this resource is actually a really neat offering from Nudge. So basically, you can get the SaaS offboarding checklist. So you can download this Nudge template for essential steps of IT offboarding in the age of SaaS. I love that. Basically, it covers how you can avoid the mistakes, the missteps for employee offboarding. You'll get a tailored Google Sheet outlining the 8 essential steps for employee offboarding. This is a really cool resource, so please do make sure, open that tab, make sure you've got that. Once we wrap up, you're going to want to make sure that you're registering to get that checklist there. All right, well, while you're opening that tab, while you're clicking on the poll, while you're getting in your last questions, how about our very last prize giveaway of the day? Okay, so we are going to give away a $300 Amazon gift card and then also a Kindle Scribe. So one last $300 Amazon gift card and one last Kindle Scribe, and then I will read the entire prize list out for all of you, I promise. All right, so a last prize giveaway to someone who is here alive and present with us at Cloud Security Fest 2023. And the gift card is going to Andrew Hendricks of California. Andrew Hendricks of California, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. And our Kindle Scribe is going to Todd Svoboda of Kentucky. Todd Svoboda of Kentucky, you have won a Kindle Scribe. I will read our entire list again one more time. We had a gift card going to Rashani Amin, a gift card going to Douglas Bostrom, a scribe going to Ryan Schwab, a gift card going to Richard Costello and also to Robert Maldonado, a scribe going to Jessica Morales, and a gift card going to Jesse Pock. Then a gift card going to Nathan Lancaster and a scribe going to Matthew Mosey, a gift card going to Valtz Tribergs and a scribe going to Carolyn Young, then a gift card going to Andrew Hendricks and a scribe going to Todd Svoboda. That is the whole list. If you have any questions about that, let us know. We will follow up with all the winners after we wrap, as well as with those $50 Amazon gift cards for the best question asked. So don't forget, stay tuned for that as well. All right, if you are on the MegaCast today and you are having a great time and you're thinking to yourself, boy, I would love to come and hang out with Scott, with Jess, with Keith. I'd love to talk to the ATM team. We would also love to talk to you, so please do shoot us an email at connect@actualtechmedia.com and we will get that rolling. All right, well, with that, on behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I want to once again thank all of our speakers today from Zscaler, Access Security, Gigamon, Rubrik, Cisco, Okta, Wiz, and Nudge. What a crew. Thank you so much for making this possible. And to all of you, honestly, a really big thank you for attending this Cloud Security Fest 2023. I've given up on trying to do the monster truck rally voice when I say that, but it's in my head. It's happening. You gotta hear the noise, the music, the crowd, the cheers with me whenever I say that title. All right, well, a big thank you to all of you for attending, for asking some great questions. I really did have a great time with all of you today, kind of digging into some of these ins and outs of cloud security, what you need to know, and the impact that these security strategies and solutions can have in your organization. You know, as these threats evolve, so do the tools, right? And there are new tools and new innovative ideas coming out all the time, but these tools are only as good, only as valuable and as effective as we can actually take the time to explore them, to apply them, to make sure that we're implementing the right version in the right way for our team. So that's why these conversations are genuinely so exciting to be a part of. I really do hope that you've gotten some interesting ideas, some tips. Maybe you're feeling a little more informed and ready to tackle or implement some of these new security solutions, enhancement strategies at your organization. But most of all, I hope you had a little fun with me today as well. Now, I do hope that you will come back and join us for the EcoCast. That's Thursday, July 13th. That is tomorrow. Thursday, July 13th is tomorrow. We are halfway through, or just about halfway through July already. Boy, I do not know how that happened. And it is at 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We're going to be talking about supporting, improving, and securing public sector and education, IT, and cloud. We'll be chatting with some incredible experts from Rubrik. So please do make sure you come back and join us, especially if you're in that public sector and education, IT kind of area. But of course, there's something for everyone. So come join us. All right, my friends. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure chatting with you as always. I hope that I will see you again soon. And until I do, have an absolutely beautiful end to your day.